Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'm glad you could join us today for our program, Women's Health, Transforming Medical Education Across Disciplines. I'm Shelley Calabrese. I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Institute, and I'm really excited about this event. We have some amazing guests here today that will be talking with you, and it's a special event in many ways, particularly because this is not only the last event of the semester for the Women's Institute, it's also the last event I am collaborating with President Ames on right before he retires. So I just wanted to say to President Ames, thank you for this incredible opportunity. It's been an honor and a pleasure working with you.
Thank you, Shelley. And I'm just really delighted to have the opportunity to welcome you all to this conference sponsored by the Women's Institute at Russell Sage College that's bringing together scholars, teachers, practitioners, and students to engage with one of the most significant and ongoing issues of gender bias, the treatment of women's health in medical history, in medical practice, and research. So thank you to Shelley Calabrese, the Executive Director of the Women's Institute, for her leadership and the vision she had in bringing this program to fruition. I want to especially thank the Russell Sage College Alumni Association, represented by President Marianne Kaniska, for supporting this conference as well. And a very special expression of gratitude to the Women's Institute affiliate scholar Rachel Gross. She has lectured here at Russell Sage, she's collaborated in an art exhibit, she's taught a class on gender bias in medicine for us, and assembled this really outstanding group of panelists whom you will meet: Tori Ford, Wendy Klein, Maria Uloko, and Sophia Wallace. Rachel, it's really been a privilege to have you as our affiliate scholar and associated with Russell Sage this year. Thank you so much. I wanted to take a minute at the beginning of this conference that uses the work of feminist medical historians to understand the sexist biases of medical treatment in the past and the present, to reflect a little bit about and acknowledge the role that our founder had in this history. And as not surprising, it's a fairly complex and problematic role. I'm speaking of Margaret Olivia Slocum Sage, who founded Russell Sage College and was involved in many other philanthropic efforts. One of the most significant in her lifetime was supporting the New York Women's Hospital. And I think you will hear, New York Women's Hospital, so I get the name right. You will hear more about that in the lecture to come. From 1871 to 1904, Mrs. Sage was deeply involved in the New York Women's Hospital, an institution founded by elite women in 1854, and most famously associated with J. Marion Sims, the so-called father of gynecology. Sims inspired and co-founded the hospital and served as the chief surgeon for years. By the time Olivia Sage joined, the hospital was highly respected for incorporating the latest medical knowledge, providing care for women who could not otherwise afford it. But it was also known for non-consensual and unanesthetized medical experimentation performed by Sims on enslaved women in Alabama and following emancipation on poor women. The hospital also sadly pioneered surgical interventions for psychological conditions, including the removal of healthy ovaries. Sage's involvement with the hospital was one of the most significant charitable causes at the beginning of her philanthropic career, and eventually she became the largest female donor in the history of the United States. It was consistent with her focus on women's issues and her belief, as she put it one time, that any subject can be discussed with dignity by a lady. Olivia Sage volunteered as what was called a lady manager when the hospital had an all-male board of directors, and eventually served on the board of governors after that body admitted women. She raised money for the hospital, and she secured a $50,000 donation from her husband to complete a campaign for a new building. In her will, she left the New York Women's Hospital $1.8 million. That's more than she left Russell Sage College, by the way. Dr. Sims was widely lauded in his time, though the controversial experiments and surgeries were also known. Mrs. Sage participated in extolling his virtues, including calling him a great benefactor of women, while unveiling a posthumous statue of him in Bryant Park. Sage's biographer, Ruth Marcus, notes that this episode in Olivia Sage's life illustrates, in her language here, that white women's rights sometimes rested historically on the immiseration of other women, a theme the Women's Institute has investigated in the context of the suffrage movement. But Olivia Sage also learned a lot from her 30-year engagement with the governance of the hospital. She was one of the most outspoken lady governors, challenging the Board of Governors on many fronts, including their failure to hire a female surgeon, which was part of their founding documents, and the performance of what she called objectionable surgeries. Eventually, a dispute over relocating the hospital and Mrs. Sage's contention that the observations of female board members were being overlooked led her husband, Russell Sage, to accuse the board of fiscal mismanagement and Olivia Sage to cut her ties to the hospital in 1904. Subsequent to that, in the charitable giving after she became the wealthiest female philanthropist following her husband's death, Mrs. Sage often insisted on female governance of women's institutions and the representation of women on nonprofit governing boards. And this included her requirement that Eliza Kellis, the head of the Emma Willard School, serve as the first president of Russell Sage. So that Olivia Sage's work as a wealthy Gilded Age donor reflects these contradictory strands. It really isn't a surprise, but it's a crucial and complex element for us at Russell Sage College to acknowledge in hosting the conference here today. I'm really looking forward to the events that we have ahead, further examination of the complex history of gynecology and women's health in the keynote address, and to hearing all our panelists in the discussion. So thank you for being with us today. And now I'll ask Rachel Gross to come on up.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, President Ames, for those really thoughtful framing remarks. I think it's really important to acknowledge these connections and start with a sense of place. And it's true that a women's college, a women's institute like Russell Sage does come out of the same era of women's hospitals, an era when elite white women often align themselves with men of power in order to advance the lives of really white women. And in doing so, they often supported institutions that experimented on vulnerable, poor, and otherwise marginalized women. I think it's interesting thinking about Mrs. Sage's struggle to get a female surgeon on the board. It makes me think of the Audre Lorde quote, "You can't tear down the master's house with the master's tools." There was a limit to the power of aligning yourself with men like Sims. I would really like to thank Shelley Calabrese, the director of the Women's Institute, for bringing me here this year and giving me the pleasure of meeting all the amazing students here. We have played Sexual Anatomy Jeopardy, sculpted vulvas out of Play-Doh, and looked for bias in medical studies, all in the name in the name of asking why we know so little about our bodies and why the information we have is funneled through such a narrow lens. So to frame this conference a little more, for most of its history, gynecology was a thing that men did to women. The field did begin as an adjunct in service to the system of slavery, a way to squeeze more labor out of enslaved women in every sense of the word. The historian Deirdre Cooper Owens, who wrote Medical Bondage, which tells the story of this history, really made it clear to me that the important thing about Sims was not that he was a monster or sadistic, was that he was part of a system that was already in place, the system of slavery. And what she said to me was, the engine of slavery rested on enslaved women's healthy wombs and healthy births, and gynecology helped grease that engine. So that's what we're starting with. Fortunately, 150 years later, the field is vastly changed. Women's health looks very different. More than 60% of OBGYNs are women. More than half of medical school graduates are women, many of them Asian, Latina, and Black. But we still have a world where giving birth is more deadly than it has been in a very long time, especially for Black women. There is a widespread disregard for women's pain in medicine, in common procedures like IUD insertion, and a disregard for sexuality and sexual pleasure, which two of our panelists, Dr. Maria Uloko and artist Sophia Wallace, have dedicated much of their career to fixing. And today, in the US, we have many laws that do evoke the same system that Sims thrived under, laws that prize healthy births and healthy wombs more than the health and well-being of women. So while the face of women's health looks different, its foundation is still shaped by very old and insidious assumptions. And we'll be talking today about women's health, but we really mean health care for anyone with ovaries, uteruses, vaginas, vulvas, or any combination. And queer and trans health is a really important part of this story, so our language is limiting. One of the biggest assumptions that I see in my reporting is that women's health always means reproductive health or uteruses, that women are walking wombs or baby makers. You can see today in medicine, women are often categorized as reproductive age or non-reproductive age, and gynecology in the NIH is not part of the women's health branch, but is part of the National Institute for Child Health and Human Development. And I argue in my book that this narrow lens has really harmed everyone. It has also meant that science and medicine has missed a lot about the female body. The ovaries don't just make eggs, they pump out hormones that support the entire body, from bones to brain to heart. The uterus is one of the most regenerative organs in the body. The vaginal microbiome is an extension of your immune system, protecting you from not you, separating the two. And the clitoris is a far more extensive organ than we ever thought and is the center of female pleasure. And it has been criminally left out of gynecology, which we'll get into. So the idea for this conference is to widen that narrow lens, open the aperture, with the help of these very accomplished panelists from many different disciplines. And I hope together that we can imagine a future for women's health that is more than delivering babies and making sure that women don't die of cancer, which are all very important, but we can do more. So the conference is split into two halves. First, we'll start with our historian, Wendy Klein, who will ground us in this history. Then we'll talk about the patient-doctor relationship and how both sides can hear each other a little more without kind of closing up. And then we'll talk about the future of medical advocacy and interdisciplinary collaborations that have changed medicine moving forward. So I'll introduce our panelists. Each one of these speakers is an expert in their own right, in their own realm, from art to activism to medicine. And what unites them is a commitment to seeing women as whole people and patients who dream and desire and ask more from medicine and the field that claims to care for them. They are also united by their willingness to speak across borders and get out of their comfort zones, which I would argue is how medicine changes. So Sophia Wallace is an artist, advocate, and the founder of the Cliteracy movement. She argues for intimate justice and the basic recognition of female pleasure as a powerful force. Tori Ford is a feminist health researcher at Oxford, the founder of Medical Her Story, a nonprofit that uses storytelling to undo shame, sexism, and stigma in medicine. Maria Uloko, Dr. Maria Uloko, is a urologist and sexual medicine specialist, most recently at UC San Diego. She is an advocate for gender equality and has experience treating all genders. And Wendy Klein, who is about to come up, our first speaker, is a women's health historian who has written books on the history of midwifery and birth and the feminist health movement of the 70s, and who teaches future doctors, bless her. And her most recent book, which she's going to talk about, is called Exposed, and it's a history of the speculum and the pelvic exam. And I had the pleasure of reading it early, and I think the brilliance of it is it really tells the story of the doctor-patient relationship through that lens. She talks about how this mundane interaction became something that we all just learned to endure, even though it isn't always necessary, and why that happened. What are the values in medicine? Does medicine care about female pain? And how does informed consent come into play? So I'm going to give it up to her. Thank you all for being here and for being interested.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Welcome. What a beautiful space to be in. It's my delight to be here. I want to echo the thanks we've already heard and the wonderful introductions to start us off from the president, from Rachel. Thank you, Shelley. And I am going to jump in. So the title of my talk today is Full Exposure, Sex in the Speculum. It's really more sexual violence, but this is a sexier title, so we'll go with that. Shameless plug, this is the book. It's not quite out yet, but you all have little flyers on your table. You can, if you pre-order, you can get a 30% discount with that code. So enjoy. But I'm going to jump right in with something really timely. This is an article that came out just April 1st, so last week. And this is from the New York Times, announcing that the Department of Health and Human Services released a letter to the nation's teaching and medical schools. As the title here, hospitals must get written patient consent for pelvic exams. And this is in light of media reports as well as medical and scientific literature that exposed how patients have been subjected to sensitive and intimate examinations as part of medical training. And so as a result, the Department of Health and Human Services has issued a set of guidelines to ensure providers and trainers performing these examinations first obtain and document informed consent. And any institutions that do not abide by this could lose Medicare funding. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the response to this announcement, but I want to first mention that this is, of course, not new news, okay? So, for example, in 2011, Sean Barnes, who was a third-year medical student at the University of Hawaii Medical School, discovered during his OB-GYN rotation that he was expected to perform pelvic exams on anesthetized women without specific consent, solely for the purpose of his education. And when he complained, he was told that it was considered standard procedure by attendings and residents. Yet when he shared his experience with outsiders, they were shocked. And he writes, quote, "A strange dichotomy seemed to exist between a culture of medicine that considered unconsented pelvic exams a non-issue and those outside the world of medicine who seemed to have no idea that the practice existed and were repulsed by the thought of it." So back to April 1st, within 24 hours of this New York Times report, it clearly had hit a nerve. Over 1,000 readers chimed in on the comments section before the New York Times closed it within 24 hours. So 1,000 people chimed in, and the question was this an April Fool's joke, or was this a fitting start for Sexual Assault Awareness Prevention Month? And it really clearly depended on the reader. Captain Nemo wrote, "Quite frankly, this is nonsense." And a Gulf Coast cynic agreed, attributing the HHS decision to more fear-mongering in the age of social media. Steve from New York simply stated, "Yawn. Another in a ream of documents you're forced to sign when admitted, often under duress." GB, a male physician who always had a female nurse in the room to observe any pelvic or breast exam, he claimed, also claimed that the decision only promotes hysteria, a phrase that readers immediately pounced on. One wrote in, "You are exactly the kind of doctor I would not like to see." Thus, while MR in New York City complained that this was a ridiculous, expensive ruling, insisting, "Let's keep politics out of healthcare," others understood that the underlying problem, the fact that many women have undergone unauthorized pelvic exams under anesthesia that were not medically necessary, is implicitly political. Julie found it beyond disturbing to read so many comments from people who claim to be doctors, who believe it's acceptable to examine and probe an unconscious woman's vagina without medical necessity or consent. Lizzie believed that it was no different than a date rape drug. A reader from Denver was shocked. Doing this to women without their awareness or knowledge perpetuates the idea that women are objects. Another from San Francisco noted that reports of women coming out of anesthesia surrounded by leering medical students is something out of the 18th century. Again and again, we observe the abuse and inhuman disdain for the dignity and rights of women at the hands of a contemptuous medical establishment that treats women like cattle. The San Francisco Reader is right to link the current ethical debate to the past. So is Nancy from Tennessee, who noted that this was going on when my husband was in medical school back in the 70s. Who knows how long it had been going on before that? So I have an answer for Nancy. It has been going on since the origins of gynecology. And what I'm going to do today, very briefly, is walk us through 3 different periods in gynecology's history to kind of underscore how that foundation really flourished in different time periods. But before I do that, I want to point out that it starts really even earlier than that. For centuries, women's bodies remained a mystery. Medieval Christian moral laws, for example, prohibited physicians from physically examining women as the female body was shrouded in secrecy and in shame, author Eleanor Cleghorn explains. But to actually see a woman's reproductive organs and not just read about them took centuries. Dissection of human cadavers was forbidden throughout the Middle Ages, and while male sex organs were visible, the uterus remained a mystery. In the 16th century, Flemish anatomist Andreas Vesalius became the first to capture what a uterus looked like, publishing his drawings of dissected corpses. Yes, I do know this is not a uterus. This is just an example of what most of his images looked like. This was no easy feat because most cadavers available for dissection were executed criminals, who were primarily men. Several of the women Vesalius dissected were sex workers, one of whom ended up on the title page of his 1543 volume On the Fabric of the Human Body. The woodcut that captured her dissection exposed not only her naked body, but her reproductive organs, as Vesalius is depicted drawing back the skin and pointing to her uterus amidst a crowd of gawking men, right? So, right there. So let's now jump forward to the 19th century. It was the unique position of the United States, and in particular the role of slavery, that would enable the medical gaze to position itself even deeper into the recesses of the female body, and by the 19th century, into the bodies of living women, largely thanks to gynecologist James Marion Sims, who we've heard about, inventor of the Sims speculum. Yet the enslaved women who did the most to further the science of gynecology had even less power than those of the Renaissance sex workers whose crimes transformed them into anatomical subjects. Now, this transformative moment allegedly occurred when Southern physician J. Marion Sims figured out on his own how to suddenly peer into a woman's vagina. And as he put it, introducing the bent handle of the spoon, I saw everything as no man had ever seen before. And that this in turn gave him the idea of the speculum. Now, in fact, he was not the first to develop a speculum, but the claim struck. He was given credit as the father of American gynecology and used his Sims speculum to develop gynecological procedures on the bodies of enslaved women. By virtue of their enslavement, none of these women had a choice. They could not give consent. Sims was specifically interested in repairing vesicovaginal fistula, an opening between the bladder and the wall of the vagina, usually caused by protracted labor in childbirth. And he would spend nearly 4 years and countless surgeries on a handful of enslaved women before finally repairing a fistula, and often done in front of an audience of other white men. But this discovery went well beyond simply repairing a fistula. Here was a tool that, in the words of a colleague, caused the name of Sims to flash over the medical world like a meteor in the night. The speculum threw an abundance of light into the vagina and the womb, enabling exposure to what had previously been hidden from view. The speculum has been to diseases of the womb what the telescope is to astronomy. And Sims himself agreed, saying, "I felt sure that I was on the eve of one of the most greatest discoveries of the day." And though he doesn't really deserve the credit, in some ways he was right. The modern speculum came hand in hand with the professionalization of medicine in the mid-19th century and the establishment of gynecology as a legitimate field. It also enabled medical men to distinguish themselves from midwives who did not use the tool, and to enter what had previously been a female space of healing. However, and this is important, Sims made it perfectly clear that he was not in any way enthused at the thought of peering into a woman's vaginas. Specifically, he noted, if there was anything I hated, it was investigating the organs of the pelvis. So why would he say this? Sims, who happened to be a fan of P.T. Barnum of circus fame, was himself a master showman, and I'm pretty certain that this was part of his act. Many were appalled at the idea that medicine would legitimize peering into vaginas. So the very thing that made the speculum revolutionary, exposure, was also what made it controversial. In the context of Victorian morality, this was scandalous and would blur the boundary between medicine and pornography. You'll note in this lovely image, where is the gynecologist looking? Okay? He is intentionally, the gaze is away from the body, everything is by touch, and she is as fully clothed as she can be while having a vaginal exam, right? So here's one example of the concerns among the medical community. In May, about the use of the speculum and peering into vaginas. In May of 1850, British physician Dr. Robert Lee argued that repeated penetration with a speculum would both wound and eventually blunt women's modesty, and was therefore unjustifiable on the grounds of propriety and morality. In unmarried women in particular, the integrity of their structures should not be destroyed with the speculum, and their modesty wounded by an examination of any kind. Second example, Dr. Robert Brudenell Carter published a volume on women and hysteria in 1853, in which he wrote of the harm created by the speculum. I have, more than once, seen young unmarried women of the middle classes of society reduced by the constant use of the speculum to the mental and moral condition of prostitutes, asking every medical practitioner under whose care they fell to institute an examination of the sexual organs. Now, those of us in the room who have had a pelvic exam, the reaction is either total discomfort or laughter, right? It is not a stimulating procedure. But nonetheless, this association between prostitutes and the pelvic exam is not random. In fact, during this time period in Paris, where prostitution was legal but regulated by authorities, female sex workers were required to register and to be examined regularly with a speculum. And what I find really interesting is that these examinations were publicly witnessed by medical students and visitors from foreign countries. If you know anything about 19th century medical education in the United States, it was more or less a joke. And if you wanted to be taken seriously, you had to go to Europe to study. So you have Americans coming to Paris to learn about gynecology and witnessing their first exams done on prostitutes, returning home and then beginning to use on their own students. So just underscoring this notion of a public viewing, whether it's Vesalius, whether it's J. Marion Sims performing in front of other male doctors, or these prostitutes, that this is the model that becomes entrenched in that system, okay? So if we then flash forward to the present and this debate about doing it on anesthetized unconscious patients, that whole idea of a performance that is not in the interest of the person being examined. So, okay, in the 19th century, for this reason, those who favored the speculum had to tread carefully. How did one convince a respectable white middle-class woman that it was necessary to peer inside of her body? So one way was to link it with pregnancy and childbirth. The speculum, like other gynecological instruments, such as forceps, was a way to differentiate medical men from midwives, who again did not use these tools. So here's another example, a very disturbing one, I should say, from an 1895 textbook. in which Dr. A.F.A. King, a professor of obstetrics at Columbia University, noted that a vaginal exam, while rarely needed, was necessary to determine whether a woman was in labor. He offered guidance to the young practitioner who may experience some embarrassment with his first vaginal examination. It was not necessary, he assured the reader, to obtain verbal consent of the patient before instituting the examination. Proceed without hesitation, as if consent had already been obtained. Do not worry about explaining your actions. The less said, the better, he emphasized. Proceed without hesitation, just as in feeling the pulse. Should the woman cry, demur, and declare she cannot submit to the examination, he continued, proceed just the same. Only physical resistance should induce the physician to give up the examination, but this will seldom occur. Consent was unnecessary. It was the physician's right and duty to penetrate the vagina just as it was to take a pulse. So, there's an acknowledgement from the start that the boundaries between medicine and sexuality were blurred and that consent was not necessary. Note that the concern here appears to be primarily on that of the patient, not the gynecologist. Either she was a prostitute that needed to be regulated, or a middle-class woman that could be sexually stimulated. But the gentleman behind it, the J. Marion Sims, right, they don't enjoy this. They're just doing it for the good of the patient. That's the message. Right, I'm going to jump forward about 100 years to focus on a real shift in the history of gynecology, moving from more of surgical or pathological gynecology to what we call preventive gynecology. So in the 20th century, especially after the introduction of the Pap smear, pelvic exams became the norm. And the concern switches from inappropriately stimulating a woman to addressing frigidity, heavily influenced by Freudian theories. So in 1955, Dr. A. Claire Siddall greeted his colleagues at the 4th annual meeting of the American Academy of Obstetrics and Gynecology with what he believed to be good news for the field. There are unmistakable signs that a new frontier of preventive medicine is developing in the private practice of gynecology, he announced. The keystone in this arch is the annual health inventory, he explained, and the chief emphasis is on pelvic cancer detection in presumably well women. Siddall was one of the first doctors in the US to use the Pap smear test for the detection of cervical cancer in private practice. Within a decade of this pronouncement of the new frontier, approximately 48% of all American women had received at least one smear test. Though I do want to emphasize most of these were white women. Only about 1 in 5 black women had had a Pap smear by 1963. Perhaps more significantly, the development of the Pap smear justified the need for Siddall's recommended annual health inventory, or yearly checkup. For too long, Siddall believed, the field of gynecology, both in teaching and in practice, had emphasized curative medicine. In other words, gynecologists only treated those who were sick or pregnant. The problem with this approach, according to Siddall, was that the patient assumes the responsibility for when she needs the gynecologist. That left too much power in the hands of the patient, who could decide for herself when to seek treatment. And according to one gynecologist, many women did not like to be seen going to a gynecologist's office because it means either you are going to have a baby or you have female trouble. The stigma of consulting a gynecologist, therefore, further constrained a gynecologist's access to a readily available patient base. Indeed, prior to the 1940s, only a tiny fraction of women had regular checkups with a gynecologist. And here's where it gets really interesting. An influential branch of mid-century gynecology adopted what they called psychosomatic gynecology, relying heavily on Freudian theory in their approach to gynecology. So here's one example of such a textbook in which the authors explain in gynecology, technical glitch. Oh, thank you. Now we've jumped ahead. Oh, don't look at it. I don't want you to see what it's going to say. Okay, stay. In gynecology, more than any other specialty, the combination of disease with sexual problems requires an understanding of the psychology which was developed by Freud and his students. Psychosomatic means, of course, what? It's all in your head. So here's an example from this textbook. It is known that a great number of patients who come to the office with gynecologic complaints actually have no demonstrable organic disease. Quite often, it is a way of indicating anxiety, fear, resentment, or guilt in the use of this part of the body. Why? Well, they say it's because of all the connotations which are associated with the genitals. So where was this anxiety, fear, resentment, or guilt coming from? In the 19th century, the concern was the penetration of the speculum, right? That's the problem, which would either wound their modesty or sexually stimulate them, as I demonstrated. But now the speculum is not the problem. What is? It's the mothers. Okay? Many mothers tell their daughters that sexual relationships are degrading, improper, shameful, or dangerous. The mother or aunt or friend trains the young girl to feel it is sinful to have sexual desires. Such teaching leaves a stigma with the girl which may greatly influence her sexual behavior. It is not unexpected if such a girl develops and retains a feeling of repulsion or disgust towards sexual activity. So, it's up to the gynecologist to rectify that situation. It is very important that the wife shall be completely satisfied sexually. If and when she is, she becomes relaxed and productive in all other activities. We see all kinds of neuroses due to nervous irritability caused by sexual frustration. So among other things that gynecologists started doing in the 1950s are premarital pelvic exams. I use this image in my longer version of a talk. I open with a scene from a pilot episode of Mad Men, if you're familiar with it, when Peggy Olson is required to visit a gynecologist to get on the birth control pill as part of her job. She's supposed to be sexually available to clients in this advertising firm in the 50s, 1960. And she's given this brochure, it's your wedding night, what every bride should know how to be a good wife. And the irony in that scene, of course, is she's not interested in having a premarital pelvic. This is her only way of getting access to the pill. But nonetheless, this was common in the 1950s to have a premarital pelvic exam, okay? And so among the interests of gynecologists is to speculate and to work with women on sexual frigidity or discomfort. So I'll just read this rather long quote from this textbook. We had a patient recently who was examined soon after marriage and presented a very thin hymenal ring, but pronounced vaginal spasm. In other words, the hymen wasn't the problem, the ring was thin. She shouldn't have any spasm, she shouldn't have pain. When she was relaxed by discussion of her problem in a sympathetic manner, the vaginal spasm disappeared and a medium speculum was inserted. This was in the office, and during the discussion, she admitted that she had been taught by her mother for many years that intercourse was base and indecent. It was obvious she had come to fear the sexual functions very much. Marriage in itself could hardly change this deeply seated pattern overnight. Although the marriage contract gave her and her husband permission to proceed, she was psychologically unable to permit the man to enter. But the gynecologist could do that, right? Guiding the young woman through the mechanics of sex to ensure marital stability, gynecologists established their position as moral arbiters during the post-war era. And I want to stress that this is also has a eugenic tone to it, right? The concern in the 1950s is the white middle class is not producing enough children. And the problem is if it's marital instability caused by sexual dysfunction, the gynecologist could do something about that and thereby help usher in what becomes the baby boom, okay? But by doing so, of course, they underscored the link between the pelvic examinations and sexual practice. So to sum up what I think is happening in this mid-century period is that even though the technology that enabled this to happen was the Pap smear, used for cancer detection and not for sexual activity, because remember, this is before the link between HPV and cervical cancer was established, so there's not a recognition of that. But it's the smear Okay, so I'll back up. So there's a recognition in the 19th century of the dangerous boundaries between what's sex and what's medicine, right? So you've got that distancing, the gaze going elsewhere, okay? But in this time period, you have the introduction of the smear that justifies the routine annual exam, that in turn establishes this doctor-patient relationship here on Freudian terms, which will by 1960 be required for the prescription of a hormonal birth control. So they all become clamped together. So you see this sort of intentional blurring, bringing back sex into medicine and gynecology in this time period, if that makes sense, okay? Finally, jumping into the 1970s, gynecology under siege. By the 1970s, health feminists turned this theory on its head. The pain and shame and anxiety experienced in the doctor's office was not in their heads and not a result of bad mothering or sexual repression, but by what? Poor sexist treatment. So the problem is not the mothers, it's the gynecologists. And this is inherently captured, they argued, in the performance of the pelvic itself. This is demonstrated in Ellen Frankfurt's best-selling book, Vaginal Politics, and she opens by saying, I was naked, he was dressed, I was lying down, he was standing up, I was quiet, he was giving the orders. So the problem, and my students laugh when I show this picture, and they go, well, where are the women? I say, they weren't there. 93% of all doctors in the 1970s were male and predominantly white, okay? So for some, the solution was we need to get more women, we need to end quota systems, we need to get more women into medicine. But the problem was that didn't immediately transform medical education or training. You don't just add women and stir and solve the problem. So for example, many suffered harassment and ridicule. This new generation of women going to college, med school in more numbers, experienced quite a bit of harassment and ridicule. And this was demonstrated in a book that was published by Harvard Medical School's first female dean, who published Why Would a Girl Go Into Medicine? A Scathing Attack on the Treatment of Women at US Medical Schools. This was published in 1973, not surprisingly under a pseudonym. She would have lost her job if she had given away where she was working. So surveying 146 women attending 41 medical schools, she described the men's club atmosphere apparent in the laugh-getting comments and pictures about female sexuality that female students described being subjected to. One woman complained of hearing men make remarks to the effect that the gynecological exam must be titillating to perform. And these attitudes were also captured in the popular press. Playboy magazine frequently highlighted female nurses, for example, as Playboy centerfolds, along with cartoons that sexualized the doctor-patient relationship. So I have two to show you here. The first one, now to test your reflexes. Gosh, I hardly know where to begin. And what's interesting is Playboy would juxtapose these cartoons with news stories suggesting that male doctors actually did engage in these scenarios. They highlighted a piece, for example, from the American Journal of Psychiatry, which found that 5% of physicians had had sexual intercourse with some of their patients, and a further 8% said they occasionally used erotic practices in treatment. Now, did Playboy think this was problematic? Perhaps not, but the message was clear. Implicit in this. So health feminists in the 1970s drew increased attention to these problems as pornographic, misogynistic, and demanding reform in medical education and gynecological practice to protect and respect female patients. So one solution was to send more women or encourage women to go to medical school. Another was to separately organize, okay, to separate entirely from professional organizations to create women-centered, women-controlled feminist health centers, emphasizing self-help, that all knowledge production should begin with women's experiences, not through the eyes of the doctor. So as an example, in 1976, there were about 50 of these women-controlled health centers. And what they're doing here is they're turning the technology of the speculum on its head. Okay, my favorite cartoon here. So in this example, in the 1970s, the pelvic exam has now been charged as something that has been eroticized, something for male pleasure rather than a useful screening procedure. And the message here is that the only useful exam is self-given. Get rid of the gynecologist altogether and learn how to examine your own. So where are we now? I like to use this as sort of, if you just look at the amount of clothing as part of it, right, from the 1880s to 1963. Anybody recognize who that is in the 2018 picture? Larry Nassar. So we're in a state of confusion. On the one hand, there's a recognition, as we've heard, that Sims isn't necessarily a hero. This is a photograph of his statue being removed from Central Park in April of 2018. But on the other hand, the stigma continues, as we'll hear more about today. Female pain is not taken seriously. Consent is clearly still an issue. The anger felt by many in a post-Roe world about who controls women's bodies. And as I'm going to end with today, a series of sex abuse scandals that only heightens anxieties about whether or not one should seek the guidance of a gynecologist. Okay, so just very quickly, some examples of these. I'm going to just run through these quickly so I don't run into a valuable panel time. But between 2014 and 2023, hospitals and universities have paid staggering sums to settle sex abuse cases involving physicians, many of whom abuse students, athletes, and patients for decades. 2014, the Nikita Levy case I'm going to return to in a moment, but just to put that in the context, we've got Larry Nassar, the team doctor for USA Gymnastics. 2 years later, after that, Ohio State agreed to pay $46 million to 162 athletes abused by Richard Strauss, a team doctor at the university for 20 years. Into 2021, we've got this whopping $1.1 billion settlement for victims of George Tyndall, the only full-time gynecologist at University of Southern California's Student Health Clinic for nearly 30 years. Over 300 women had accused Tyndall of mistreatment and sexual abuse dating back to the early 1990s, but no one was listening. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip over you get the message, right? I'm calling them white coat predators here just as an illustration of this. But I'm going to take a minute to talk about the Nikita Levy case to close us out here. In early 2013, a clinical technician who worked with gynecologist Nikita Levy at Johns Hopkins East Baltimore Medical Center grew increasingly suspicious about the purpose of a pen hanging on a lanyard around the doctor's neck, day in and day out. After working with him for 2 years, she suspected that the pen contained a tiny camera that he was using to take what she believed to be inappropriate photographs of his patients. She noticed that he often stood up while performing pelvic examinations and then pulled the pen down at an angle so that it was directly facing the patient's vagina. She snuck the pen out of the office and took it home, discovering that it did in fact have inappropriate videos and photographs. And then the Baltimore City Police discovered a sophisticated computer network, including multiple computer servers and at least 5 computers full of patient images and patient digital media. 10 days later, Levy committed suicide. Now, it wasn't just photographs. Levy was also charged with conducting unnecessary and unwanted medical tests in order to expose patients' genitalia, conducting pelvic exams without the presence of a chaperone, and inserting his ungloved finger into patients' vaginas. In the aftermath, some patients revealed that when they lay exposed on Dr. Levy's examination table, they were in a state of extreme confusion, shame, and shock about what they experienced. They carried the feeling they were molested. 8,344 of his 12,500 patients joined a class action lawsuit against the hospital and Levy. So given the stigma surrounding going to the gynecologist, finding a trustworthy doctor is even more important, which is what makes the Nikita Levy case all the more heartbreaking. Many were shocked that the kind-hearted 54-year-old Jamaican-born doctor, a father of 3, could be capable of such a thing, just as many of Nasser's supporters initially felt. "Never in 1,000 years would I have imagined such a thing," said a nurse midwife who worked with Levy for years. "He was incredibly compassionate. He was always there to take care of his patients. They expected him to be on call 24/7, and he was." She noted that he had one of the biggest fan clubs in Baltimore and that he was always busy as he had an extensive patient population. A former patient of his recalled that he was a more serious version of Dr. Huxtable without the bad sweaters. A reference, ironically, to Bill Cosby's character on The Cosby Show before Cosby's own sex crimes had surfaced. "He had the same warmth and the humor," she continued. Part of the struggle in making sense of what Levy did and what the hospital managed to miss is that we expect villains to look and act like villains. What does it mean when they don't? How do we protect ourselves if we don't know what to look for? As one patient asked after learning what Levy had done to her, "Do I need to take a security guard to the gynecologist? Does the person we entrust with our most private parts need to be policed?" In this case, the indicators of professionalism and clinical detachment, the white coat, the medical setting, the technological devices, masked the hidden desire, the misuse of the camera to capture for pleasure rather than for treatment. Seeing what was invisible to the human eye with a flashlight and a camera served voyeuristic interests rather than clinical diagnosis. So, where do we draw the line when it comes to enabling gynecologists to peer into hidden places without consent? The key question, whether we are talking about Nikita Levy or 19th century gynecologist James Marion Sims, is what happens when technology allows us to look somewhere we've never been able to look before? Whose bodies should be subjected to such a gaze and for what purpose? What power or ability does the owner of the body have to consent? The same procedure, the pelvic exam, that has perfectly legitimate functions and has saved countless lives through its ability to diagnose cancers and other disorders, has a complicated past and an uncertain future. The same is true with many medical procedures and practices, but it's particularly the case here because of its potential for abuse, which is really, as I've pointed out, embedded in gynecology's history. It's a routine exam that for the past 2 centuries was primarily crafted and deployed by medical men on bodies that were different from their own. Attitudes about female pain and pleasure could not be checked at the door. Instead, these beliefs were instrumental in the development and professionalization of gynecology. And much of the time, these practices were tested and perfected on the most vulnerable of bodies. So the Levy case and the history I've presented today make it abundantly clear that this is not just a problem of the 19th century. It's a reproductive health crisis right now. Thank you. Everyone want to take a moment? That was a lot to absorb. A true tour de force of the history of gynecology. And I also want to get out of the way quickly and give our panelists time and space. We'll probably run a few minutes over so that we don't rush them. But the idea for this first panel, I'll go up there where I have a clicker. I was actually thinking of a couples counseling session, though if you've ever been to couples counseling, nobody is smiling, I can tell you. But basically, as I mentioned, Wendy's book is kind of a history of the patient-doctor relationship in my eyes, and that is what we're going to be talking about in this next panel, the patient and doctor relationship, and what has often gone wrong. So I'll be very quick, but I've seen kind of a disconnect in my reporting about
patient advocates who have all these strategies for how to advocate in the doctor's office or the medical provider's office, bringing in research, doing your homework, demanding answers, and the way that doctors often respond, which is treating them as annoyances or dismissing them. And so I thought it would be really helpful to hear from doctors and patient advocates about their experiences, their strategies, because what happens in this interaction is a power dynamic comes up that is very deeply rooted. And like I myself have suggested to a gynecologist that maybe my IUD had to do with my vaginal microbiome problem. And she said, absolutely not, there's no way. And I didn't mention that I wrote a chapter on the vaginal microbiome, and it's in the New Science in my book, because that power dynamic can really stifle you and make you feel like you're unable to speak up. So I'd like to give space for our first panelist, Sophia Wallace, who's going to share a patient story with us and start us off. Thank you so much.
I think I want to sit here rather
I'll
than
give
up
you
there.
your
Can you
clicker.
pass the clicker? Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Hi, everybody. My name's Sophia Wallace. I'm a visual artist, and normally I talk about my artwork, not my patient experiences. So this is like a new experience for me. But just to give you a little overview of my work, I'm trying to elevate the clitoridian in representation. The phallic is very well represented. Even my 4-year-old child knows how to draw a penis. But the clitoridian, which is equally present in nature, in humans and mammals, even in some reptiles, it doesn't really exist in representation. So part of my work is trying to create an iconography to elevate this symbol, to make it recognizable, to talk about some of these questions of citizenship and freedom without access to pleasure, without access to knowledge and autonomy of our own bodies. I have a project called Cliteracy 100 Natural Laws, where I go into a lot of detail about my ideas. So this is a little where I'm coming from. This is one of my newer works, and it's about the idea of the clitoridian that is existing in multiplicity, and is about the power of the small, not the singular hierarchical phallus that is like, you know, the tower that is the Washington Monument or the Eiffel Tower that is the biggest, tallest thing in the room, but rather like the power of the many and the small and the weapons of the weak and the people that do things for joy and for pleasure and for intellect, not just for survival and death. So I'm here though today to talk about my experience giving birth, and I want to just recognize that I'm telling a personal story about something that is also extremely stigmatized. I know that my testimony is considered like the weakest kind of evidence in the context of medical pedagogy, but nevertheless, I feel that telling the truth, telling these stories, breaking these silences is extremely important. And I also just want to say that like I'm not totally resolved about this. Like I'm still processing this. I'm still triggered and in it, but I feel like it's a privilege to be able to talk to you all and a group of people that might be our future doctors and gynecologists and nurses and PTs, and it's really important for me to have this chance to speak with you, so thank you. So here's a little bit of the representation of birth and a cesarean, so really thinking from the perspective of the doctor, focusing on the doctor as the hero and the baby. You know, they don't really see much of a person who's actually giving birth to that baby or who gestated it for 9 months. And you just kind of naturally identify with the medical team, I think. Again, like the subjectivity of the mother is just not really there. So I'm here today to speak from the perspective of that little round ball there and talk about what it's like underneath that curtain. This person looks a lot happier than I was during my experience. My partner was kept out of the room for the vast majority of my procedure, during which all of the worst things happened. The people that were around me were strangers to me. I couldn't see them, and no one was looking at me, and no one was really telling me what was going on. I did try to give birth at home. I tried to have a home birth, but as it says all over my chart, I failed. Here's me trying. Can we dim the lights a little bit? I'm just curious if we can.
What you doing?
So I had a couple days of like laboring at home, and thank you so much. The midwives asked me to, use the breast pumps and take castor oil and move around, and I was like doing all those things. But I had a ruptured membrane, so I ended up in the hospital, and at first, honestly, the experience in the hospital was way better than I expected. I was expected to be just immediately kind of tracked towards a C-section, but the team was like, hey, this takes time, let's like see how this goes. So I was like, wow, I feel really comforted right now. I wasn't expecting to be listened to. But unfortunately, my labor was taking too long, and so there were more and more interventions. There was an electrode placed on my child's scalp, and that was actually fine, no big deal. And then they put a catheter to measure the strength of my contractions, and I consented to both of these things. It was just kind of like, we want to do this. Is that okay? And I was like, yeah. But the catheter was so painful. I felt that I was being impaled. I felt me and my baby were having a sword put through us. And another person had to come because the person who was doing it didn't know how to do it well. And so finally someone came and they did it, and it was no problem. But in that initial attempt, I basically thought me and my baby were done for. And very quickly after those two devices were through my cervix inside of me, I started to develop an infection. And my memory of this time is like kind of devastating, because I was telling them, I think I'm getting a fever, I don't feel right, and the doctors weren't coming, the nurses weren't coming. But if I look at my chart, I see them saying, we're monitoring for choreo, we're monitoring this, we're monitoring that. So somehow there was a disconnect, but by the time they did come, it was because my child's heart rate had gotten really high. And I was at this point like convulsing and shaking and thinking I was about to go into shock, but it was that the baby's heart rate was elevated, so they came. Then there was, sharply cutting, and there was bluntly separating. And a lot of this I've just had to try to understand in retrospect, because this was not explained to me, but I heard everything that was happening. I heard the doctors arguing with each other. I heard, okay, now you're gonna pick up this instrument and make a cut. Not there! The baby's head is there.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's try this again. Those types of interruptions happened multiple times. I heard all of that. And at one point I yelled out and I said, is this your first time doing this? They ignored me. And then there was a lot of very intense jostling. And I was really confused, because I knew, okay, 6 layers, 7 layers are cut open. Is it safe to just, I don't know, shake me so much I'm gonna fall off this table? And I knew that a typical C-section is about 7 to 10 minutes. I'm like, this has been over an hour, like what is going on? Again, no one really explained anything to me. There was opportunities to have said, hey, Sophia, the baby's head is a little impacted, so we're gonna have to do some, we're gonna have to be a little bit rough to try to get your baby out. That's what we're doing. Everything's okay, it's going well. There was really no communication with me at all. At one point, my baby was finally like held up, quote unquote, for me to see at an angle that was impossible for me to see anything. They brought my wife in right before they showed the baby. And then 14 hours later, I woke up thinking, feeling significantly more dead than alive. But I was alive, which is good. That's my baby, Julian. And there was a time with this jostling when I gave up. I said, okay, this is it. I'm done. And my body thought it was dying, and I started vomiting, and I had diarrhea, and I heard the residents complain about that as well.
Oh my God.
And I heard an argument ensue between whose job it was to clean that up, and how annoying it was because everything was going well until that happened. So, I woke up and I felt mortally wounded, even though I was alive. I felt afraid. I felt so weak. I suddenly realized, wow, just jumping up and jogging across the street or carrying your groceries up the stairs is a privilege to be able to do that. I had never seen it that way, seen my vitality is such a precious thing. And so, it's hard to describe what it felt like. It's beyond words. It's a felt experience. But, I think, I don't know, maybe we should talk about this. If someone does this to you, maybe you would want to say, hey, we did also put our hand through your vagina and inside your uterus and scoop out your placenta and then go back in there multiple times for clots. And we were pushing outside on your uterus and inside and jostling back and forth. And then we pressed on the outside of your uterus, and then, we had our fists in there, going back and forth and back and forth. And then while you were passed out for 14 hours, someone came in and was massaging your uterus on the outside of your body. How hard, how soft? I don't really know. It's not really clear. It's not really stated. I think this is one of the most vulnerable things that could ever happen to you. And it's crazy to me. I do think we can advance to more sophisticated techniques. But I think, in the meantime, let's talk about it a little bit more when it happens. The positioning, the physicality of it all is a lot for a patient to process. And so part of, as an artist, my way of dealing with things is to try to create work about them. So I'm currently making a piece right now that I'm going to be sculpting in Italy this summer. So I'm currently titling it Prescription for Unbearable Knowledge, Delivering the Self. And it's about my experience. And it really emphasizes this placement of this curtain that made it impossible for me to see what was going on. Very easy for me to be ignored, and no one had to respond to me or look me in the eye unless they wanted to. A real divide between what I get to know about and what I don't get to know about. And then on the other hand, giving myself a sense of care in a time that felt unbearably lonely and terrifying. And also just sort of centering me in this time that I felt my humanity mattered the least, and that it was all about my child and, his safety, and then in terms of conversations with family afterwards, well, how tall is he? How much does he weigh? Da, 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 da. Really no space to talk about the fact that something happened that changed me forever and was both eviscerating and also I was okay, but also I was not the same. And I'm healing, and I'm also, still forever affected. So I think I should end my time there. But thank you so much for listening.
Sorry, I've heard a little bit of this story, and it's It's such a gift that you are open to sharing this. And I don't know, I was just thinking as you were talking that in journalism, testimony and the lived experience of individuals is actually incredibly powerful. And I think where truth comes from and finding stats and studies and ways to understand that is how we buttress it. But I think that the human at the center of any story is the most important thing. So thank you for bringing back some humanity into this conversation and being open to that. And I think we're very lucky to have artists who can process their experiences and help us do the same, because it's a gift and it's not easy. Thank you. So I want to give, I was going to start with Tori to give her an opportunity to talk about what she does, which is partially help patients advocate for themselves and talk to medical students and talk about some of the uncomfortable and sometimes terrible experiences with doctors. So.
Sure. Yeah, Sophia, thank you so much for opening up with that. I know it's incredibly difficult, and I think your story was extremely powerful, and the way you're able to capture it visually is just going to stick with me, so really thank you for that. So hi everyone, my name is Tori Ford. I'm the founder of Medical Her Story, which is a not-for-profit working to eliminate sexism, shame, and stigma from health experiences. And the main way we do this is through storytelling. As Sophia so brilliantly illustrated, I can throw a bunch of numbers at you and you might remember a few of them, but if someone can share their story, I think it has a much larger impact in the way that you sort of can move through the world and think about your own actions, the people around you, the questions you ask, especially for people that have just given birth is a great reminder. So my not-for-profit started with my own health experience of living with chronic vulva pain starting in my undergraduate degree. And it was quite interesting. I was a gender studies major in undergrad, so I know there's some gender studies people amongst us. And it was quite interesting to be hearing so much about, power dynamics and inequity, and learning a lot about sort of these histories of hysteria and patients not being believed, and thinking, I think something is still going on today because I'm going to the doctor and saying, I'm having pain with sex, I'm having pain every single day, I don't know what's going on, can you help me? And doctors saying, have you tried wearing white underwear? Have you tried just relaxing? Maybe take some time off school, that should help you out. And I remember one doctor saying, some people get colds, some people get chronic yeast infections. It's just a gamut of things. And I was really confused, hearing all these different experiences and wondering, why am I not getting help? Am I a bad patient? Am I overreacting? Is this something that I shouldn't be talking about? And I used to work on campus with a few different women's organizations, specifically around sexual violence. And I started to tell people about my story, different parts of it, where I was trying so hard to self-advocate. I would do research, I would bring to the doctor, I would see how health systems were working, and I would ask for a referral to a specialist. And I remember once being so excited that I'd been referred to see an infectious disease specialist, thinking, finally a GP has listened to me, I'm gonna get the care that I deserve. I did some Googling and I was expecting to see, pages and pages of patients saying, I'm cured, my life has changed, everything's better. Instead, as Wendy pointed out, I saw the too common story of pages and pages of sexual assault allegations against this physician. I had spent the last 4 years about advocating for myself to get care, to finally feel like I was believed, only to see this and be so disheartened that the very people I had trusted with the most intimate parts of myself, probably a dozen pelvic examinations, probably 20 different regimens of fluconazole that you could try, only to be sort of let down by the health system again. So I decided to, sort of disengage with healthcare and think about, what was going on here and what could we be doing differently? Thinking about this sort of traditional medical history, right? Of a patient goes to a doctor, they explain what's going wrong with them, and the doctor listens, and in theory this is supposed to be really healing and helpful, right? The patient gets to be heard and the doctor gets all the information they need. But instead what happens too often is what happens, right? You bare your soul to a doctor and then they sort of scribble down your age, name, prognosis, your medical history, and you're left leaving often worse than when you came in. So I started thinking about, having that sort of feminist background, how could we tell and listen to stories in a way that would be different, in a way that would be empowering, ongoing, lived, and really just, capturing all the different societal elements that were at play there. And that's when I had the idea of sort of a medical her story. So thinking about, bringing in these different feminist ways of storytelling and listening, and that's how Medical Her Story started. First with my own story, and now we've shared about 40 on different health conditions relating to sort of all the different elements of health that people can go through, really moving away from those ideas of gender and health that are just about reproduction, but talking about mental health, talking, of course, about sexual health, but also physical health and how they sort of all relate. So we've been doing that for the past 5 years, and then thinking about creative ways that we could use those stories to create change. So doing storytelling events where we could tell these stories orally. We've done those on trans health, indigenous health, migrant health, and vulva health. We'd run those monthly, and also taking these stories into medical schools and being able to share the testimonies of my story and other people's stories that are often ongoing and complicated and tied up with larger systems of racism, ableism, transphobia, sexism, of course, and trying to unpick some of that work. So we work in many different spaces, but I know we're going to talk about patient advocacy today, which I think is one of our main pillars, along with medical education and undoing stigma. So yeah, really excited to have this wonderful conversation.
Thank you so much, Tori, and thank you for the work you do storytelling and helping give voice to these patients who clearly there are many, many, many having this experience. And Dr. Uloko, I'm sorry for keeping you so long. I know you have lots to say on this, but you have a very unique perspective because Dr. Uloko is a urologist who treats both men and women and focuses on sexual medicine, which it is kind of a lot of the parts of us that make us human rather than just the parts that survive and give birth, as Sophia so beautifully expressed. So I'd love to hear from the perspective of a doctor.
Wow, Sophia, thank you so much for your story. It's so funny because I've been in medicine since I was 17 years old. So it's the industry that I know inside and out. And also stories like that always affect me so deeply. And I think it's interesting that, yes, in terms of evidence-based medicine, meta-analysis is the top and individual stories are at the bottom in terms of what we believe, but those are the stories that affect me so much more than, cool, we did a meta-analysis. And I think there's a reason why, because if we actually look at medical research is not great when it comes to women and people with ovaries. And if we actually look dollar to dollar in terms of what we see and what we do on our advancements in male sexual health and male health in general, especially when men have been considered the standard test subject versus women's health, you kind of have to step back and say, we don't even have enough data to do meta-analysis. So if we're trying to build a pyramid, we're nowhere near the top. We're still kind of at the bottom, because if we look at where we're at in terms of research and acumen, we just defined how many nerves are in the human clitoris in 2023.
That was actually Dr. Uloko
Yes.
who did that. She's being humble.
But that's where we're at. We're still defining anatomy. We're still defining function. My research team is mapping out how the vulva works still to today. So to then, to sit in a room and say these stories don't matter is just, it drives me wild as someone that is able to do this research, do this work, see the landscape and not be so siloed in my work has been one of the most privileged and brilliant things to understand how important these stories are, because we haven't asked. We haven't asked. I have walked into, as a urologist, we oftentimes are called in when people are having really traumatic C-sections, and you can feel it in the room because the uterus sits on top of the bladder and the ureters, and oftentimes those structures get injured. It is trauma, right? It is an actual traumatic experience, And I've always been very weirded out at the fact that the person is awake.
Yeah.
We are doing life-saving measures while the person is awake. They're bleeding out 2 liters, their entire blood volume, and they're just awake. And this is wild because, again, as someone that treats all genders, that would never fly with men. Even getting a vasectomy, we do it in the office, you get Valium, or we do it in the operating room and you're completely asleep, right? And yet we are now doing major abdominal trauma surgery awake. And we never question those things. And I think these stories are how we start questioning. And I think we were at dinner yesterday about indoctrination. We are literally indoctrined into the field of medicine. And that means that we're kind of almost brainwashed and doing things and carrying forth the way that it's always been done. And in men's health, it's actually kind of nice because we're constantly pushing the envelope. We are doing really, really fascinating things. The boom of Viagra has meant that we have been able to, they see, money comes with caring about men's sexual health, so let's keep funneling money in, and we constantly are innovating, and it's awesome, and it's fun. And then when I did my fellowship, I'm one of 7 urologists in the world that's able to take care of the sexual health of all genders. And because of this superpower, I get to directly compare what then happens on women's health and ovarian health and reproductive health and sexual health. In order to get a grant for my women's research, I have to tie it back to the penis. And that's a fascinating thing, and yet that's where we're at in medicine. And so we say, yes, we want that meta-analysis, yes, we want that randomized control trial, but if you're not even funding it, these stories are the basis. Well, this is where we have to start.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's what I'm really hearing from all of you is that in the absence of information, knowledge that we should have, it really has to be patients saying this is not good enough, this is not okay anymore. History may have accepted this, but we don't, and pushing the establishment for more. And the onus should never be on the patient, to be clear. I find it really disturbing that that we need to have workshops on individual advocacy in your doctor's office, because that shouldn't be necessary to get health care that you need. But here we are, and as we mentioned, the second panel will be on the kind of system level change. So individual and system do work together. It's a privilege to hear from all of you. I think we have some space for, yes we do. I think we can start with a couple audience questions if you want to. Yeah, in the back there? With green? Yeah, you. With the green.
I was just getting the microphone.
Sorry.
It's almost there.
Almost.
Does this one work?
Yeah.
There we are. I do have a loud voice, but I wanted to make sure that everyone can hear. So, hi, my name is Amanda Bastiani. I'm the Title IX coordinator here at the college, and started my work doing prevention education. And I just want to thank you all for all the work that you do. And Sophia, your story personally touched me. I had a similar, not the same, but similar experience. So there are so many questions, and I love, too, what you talked about, Tori, which is about through storytelling and bringing that back to the students. I think that is a very powerful tool to educate the next medical professionals. I really appreciate that. And also, Dr. Maria, how do you do what you do? Just seeing both sides of it, and then, how do you navigate that and keep your peace?
How do I keep my peace? Lots of meditation. There's a sacred rage, I actually think, that drives a lot of what I do. As a black woman going through the healthcare system, I've been a patient and I've been a physician. And, you know, the experiences that I've had on my own right has been really fascinating. And also, I also know I'm very privileged to combat those things. It is really, though, stories. Like, stories are what fuel me. I am currently embarking on a very different life journey than I ever expected to have, than I was ever expected to have. And, you know, I started my own AI tech company in order to combat medical gaslighting. And it is a labor of love, I tell a lot of people, because, you know, people want to do things exactly the way that it's always been done. And I've always been a little contrarian in terms of not wanting to do things the way that it's been done if it doesn't make sense. And if we look at the data that we have right now, what we are doing doesn't make sense. I mean, Wendy's presentation about all of just the sexual abuse that has happened in medicine was just like, whoa, this is data, this is facts, right? And yet we keep doing the exact same thing. And I really want to push against that and push that. And it's challenging when you're pushing up against a system that has, you know, been around for a while. But stories are what drive me. You know, I created the first sexual medicine clinic that took insurance and did women's health and did female sexual health, vulvar sexual health. And that was a whole ordeal. They were like, well, I don't think people actually need this. I was like, no, they do. Where do you, in a heterosexual couple, where's the penis going, right? Like someone needs to be addressing this. And so the institution said, fine, we'll allow it, we'll see what happens. And it was one of those if you build it, they will come moments, literally, pun intended. And I had a 2.5-year waiting list, yeah, and it was just wild. And I saw 2,000 patients in 2 years, and those patients' stories were all the same, different experiences, but same themes. And I was like, okay, at this point, this isn't just a one-off. This is a theme. And so those stories fuel me to continue going because that was my story. And to know that there's a collective story that the medical system as a whole just isn't hearing is what fuels me to keep going. Beautiful. It's tough, but worth it.
It is a gift to all of us that you do keep going, and we will support you in any way possible. It was just striking me as you three were talking that we're coming back to stories, but like each of you has a really unique position in medical storytelling. Like Sophia, like it's like what you do to me is almost reverse the attitudes that we have towards sexuality and say like it doesn't need to be about shame, stigma, and violence in the way that we saw so much of this history is, because you provide an example of power, resilience, and pleasure, and looking at the sculptures you make makes people feel empowered and gives them bodily knowledge. So there's like a positive to combat the negative as well. And Tori like disrupts medical education in the way that I think we're all saying is very important, because there is a kind of culture that you absorb going through medical school, which is important to do. You need to speak the same language and have the same knowledge, and in some cases share the same values, but it does mean that you get funneled very narrowly. And Maria, you're willing to speak out on so many systemic inequities in medicine when so many are not. So I feel like you actually have some very powerful strategies for getting these stories across. Is it really only like 12:35? Cool. We will take another question. My sense of time is very off.
First, I want to thank you all for your remarks and sharing your experiences. It was very moving. I had spent my career in government, local and state government, and I just want to emphasize the fact that the stories are the important things that make a difference from what I have seen in terms of moving legislation forward. You can have all the data that you want, but it is the personal stories that are shared with the legislators and those who are making the decisions that really, I think, move the legislation. So I thank you all for speaking out and encourage everyone to continue to do that.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
And I think one thing that I always like to encourage my patients that come to me is the idea of stigma and shame and internalizing the doctor's ignorance. That has always been something that I found very fascinating. Because when I examine men, you know, when we do get to that portion of their exam or penises, you know, there's a little bit of awkwardness just because of gender differences, but then it's fine. But every time I would examine a woman or person with a vulva, they would always apologize for their bodies. They would always say, "I'm so sorry." I was like, "You are literally here for pelvic pain. Like, I need to do a vulvar exam on you." And why, like, it, you know, the first couple times was like, okay, but it was every single patient. And I was realizing that this is a cultural phenomenon, not just, you know, and if we just, again, this is why medicine, politics, culture, science, all of these things, they go hand in hand together. And so, and I'm realizing that that shame, that internalized shame of your own body, then makes it so that when you do have that experience in the doctor's office where you're completely dismissed or just feel like something is off, you internalize that as well as, oh, I just don't know, or it's my fault. And that then means that you get quiet. So then those doctors are like, I did a great job today. Like, I'm an amazing doctor. Because they're not hearing the actual story. I have a really unique experience because I constantly am hearing stories of malpractice. And the women don't know that it's malpractice until they like tell me, and I'm like, my jaw is aghast. And I'm like, that's illegal. They cannot do that. But they've internalized that as, oh, I'm the problem. And I'm like, oh, no, 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 no. And so I really encourage people to start sharing these stories, to start speaking up, and to like and not internalize the medical community's ignorance and the medical community's like truly lack of acknowledgement of your body. I am trying to start a vulvar revolution, so that's a whole thing. I'm Nigerian, we love a coup, and I do want that. I think as a system, we, like as people interacting with the system, we deserve those things. I get to see how men are treated, and then I like immediately on a Monday I have a men's health clinic, and then on a Tuesday I have a vulvar women's health clinic, and it is vastly different. And you need to like, I encourage people to start speaking up, to let go of the shame, because the shame is not yours. It is the medical community's shame. We should be ashamed. You should not be. So that's what I always like to tell people.
That is so powerful. I'm curious, like, are the panelists like feeling surprise or resonance with each other? Because I'm seeing people like nod, and you have such different positions and perspectives. Was there anything that really surprised you, Sophia or Tori, hearing from Dr. Oloko?
Yeah, I mean, we've been having so many conversations sort of like outside of this setting, and it's always so interesting hearing sort of the other side. So in addition to running Medical Her Story, I'm also doing my PhD in primary health care over at Oxford. And I was telling Maria this morning that it was the first time that I'd been mistaken for a clinician walking into these settings, because 99% of the people I work with are GPs or family doctors. And my research is on chronic vulva pain, because I thought, you know, no one's doing this research, I might go do it my damn self. And talking to doctors, and they say, you know, oh, what is it you study? And I say, oh, chronic vulva pain. And they say, you know, oh my gosh, those patients, they're the worst, aren't they? They just keep coming back. I'm like, are you even trying? And this doctor has no idea that I'm a qualitative undercover gender studies researcher. 2, that I'm a patient living with chronic vulva pain, and 3, that I will forever be telling his story. But it was so interesting to see that perspective. And something we do at Medical Her Story is actually patient advocacy workshops. So raise your hand if you were taught how to go to the doctor's office. No hands have gone up. I see one hand, that is incredible.
Just Maria.
I think that's something that's really interesting culturally, right? Is everyone's expected to know as a young person how to go to a doctor, how to ask for what you need, how to get that care, and how to leave feeling, empowered and satisfied with that interaction. And far too often, I think there's this discrepancy of seeing doctors as these gods who just know everything, and then patients feeling, really inadequate and not knowing how to advocate for themselves, and then feeling that internalized shame and stigma. So we run these workshops, but the first thing we do is teach about gender bias, because you kind of have to know what you're up against. You have to know what it is that doctors, are taught, because I think too often that's where that interaction breaks down in that medical history, right? Patients are saying, I'm in pain, please listen to me, and the doctors sort of like Maria was saying this morning, which really surprised me, are trying to assess whether that pain is real, trying to see whether they believe the patients. And we hear this, so I work out in the UK. In our recent reports, we saw that 80% of women in the UK have felt unbelieved by their doctors. And I think telling those patients, you're right, they're not believing you, is way more empowering than telling them, yes, you just need to explain it better. You just need to keep going back and fighting. I think letting people know what context they're trying to advocate for themselves in and why the cards are stacked against them, not only as women, but as, racialized women, disabled women, trans women, sort of all those layers is where we start before we get into, try and say then, okay, well, you are going to have to go to the doctors anyway. How can we best equip you so that you can, leave feeling like a whole person and like you have some sort of agency in those systems? Like, as Sophia was saying, it can be extremely, extremely tricky when agency gets stripped so easily and so quickly, but we try to do our best and to really deal with also the aftermath there and all the medical trauma that can result from it. So I'm learning new things every day, and also seeing Sophia's work as like an artist, thinking about visual storytelling is super interesting, and that, words sometimes just can't capture what you've gone through, and I think sometimes being able to illustrate it is really, really powerful.
Thank you. Yeah, as you were speaking, Tori, I was thinking of Wendy's presentation in the psychosomatic gynecology, the idea that anxiety or hysteria is at the center of things, and you're right, it does make a difference, and it is really important to acknowledge that if that's kind of the basis, and that was literally being taught to doctors maybe 50 years ago, then that's the challenge, is first overcoming that hurdle and making your pain seen, which is like an immense hurdle that shouldn't be on the patient again. I've also had conversations with doctors and patients about the idea of like a medical doula. I don't know if you guys have heard of this. So someone who comes with you in the doctor's office and advocates for you, which is what a doula does, because of that kind of quietness, like you were saying, Maria, that kind of like shutting down that happens, which again, I think just crosses all boundaries. Like no matter how educated you are, how much you know about medicine, like when you're put in that interaction, you kind of fall into a role. And I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, I think you were at the dinner when I was talking about my friend who, a physician herself, she's a pediatrician and a NICU attending. And, one of I oftentimes
It's the infant ward, NICU.
Oh, sorry, neonatal intensive care. And so, oftentimes when I got into the realm of women's sexual health, which is in my fellowship, which is the only fellowship in the country that does vulvar and sexual health for women. There's a new one coming out of GW for gynecologists, but that's it, And so, and oftentimes in the gynecology training, they only learn 60% of what they need to know about a woman's body or a person with ovaries body. Right? I'm oftentimes the one having to teach them about the vulva and how to do a vulvar exam. So, and as someone that is oftentimes told these stories of malpractice, it's not often, always. My friend was, pregnant, second kid, and went in with severe rib pain to the point where she couldn't breathe. And she her doctor just said, yeah, you most likely have a rib fracture. That's okay. And my friend was 36 weeks at that point. The baby was ready to come out. And she's like, well, can we please induce labor because I'm doubled over in pain. And she said, no, let's keep the baby in longer. Didn't leave with a pain plan, didn't leave with a birth plan because, let's say that you do have a rib fracture, one, you're gonna have to bear down. Bearing down is the part of birth. You cannot bear down if you have a rib fracture. People are admitted to the hospital for IV pain medications with rib fractures. So left without a birth plan, and I was talking to another gynecologist, PhD friend, and she's like, wait, she's coming in with upper quadrant pain, all of these things. Did they do labs? Did they get imaging? Did they do any of these things? Because there's something called HELLP syndrome, which has an almost like 80 to 90% mortality. And I was like, no, she got none of those things. And I had to call her and I was like, you need to go back there and you need to ask for this stuff. And she was like, no, it's my doctor, she knows best. And I was like, I'm gonna have to tell you about the field of gynecology. And then we were at dinner at a sexual medicine conference with a bunch of gynecologists, and I was just, I told the story out of a whim, and I said something to the effect where almost every gynecologist at that table was like, it was like a record scratch of, that your friend has a high likelihood of death. She needs to go to the emergency room right now. And I was like, okay, this is why a medical doula is needed, right? And this is kind of even that patient-doctor relationship. I'm gonna trust you implicitly because I know that you know, but not all doctors are living to a standard of care, and that is, it really affects every single person. Even you could be as educated as you want to be, which my friend was, but because we've just been indoctrined to believe our doctors and always trust them and never question, people are dying.
I remember this story, so again, speaks to the importance of stories and how they stick with you, because I was just like, how could this happen to a doctor who's friends with Maria and all these kind of, like, how can this be happening to the person who has the power and authority and that kind of implicit trust that society grants you? The other thing I'm thinking, as you each are kind of echoing from different perspectives a lot of these experiences, I don't know if people remember, there was a serial, the podcast Serial had a season that was about a scandal at Yale's IVF clinic, when scores of women were reporting that they had immense pain with the retrieval of their eggs, which involves a needle going through many layers. I'm not sure which layers.
All of them.
All of the layers. Immensely painful. You should obviously have pain control. And it only turned out later that a nurse had been replacing the morphine with saline, and none of the doctors believed those women about the pain. Some of those women were like reproductive biologists and lawyers, and they kind of were convinced and gaslit to believe that they were wrong and their lived experience was wrong, and that they were just not taking it well, or they were just kind of weak. And it became a huge lawsuit, but essentially Yale wrote a letter to them that was like, well, you got healthy babies, so I guess it worked. And it was shocking, but the reason I bring it up is because the technique that the podcast used at some points, which, for nonfiction storytelling, you have different techniques than fiction, but what they did was they brought all those women's voices together and had them sort of overlap like a Greek chorus and echo, and it was very powerful. It was kind of musical and lyrical and stayed in your head and just made me think, like, that's kind of what I'm hearing created here, is this, this echo and this chorus that can't be ignored, because it's clearly a collective experience and you can't say this is a you issue. I think we have one more question.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Nancy McKellen. I teach in the nursing department, and so we teach our nurses to be advocates for patients. And besides doulas, we have nurse navigators and case managers and how other names for men and women that can translate what the physician may not be able to tell the patient. But we also know through our nurse practitioner program that many patients are more satisfied with nurse practitioners as primary care providers than
most trusted
physicians.
profession.
More trusted profession at the 18th year in running. So do you have any thoughts on what we can do to enhance our teaching of advocacy to our nursing students and nurses in the future?
I love that question.
Does anyone?
Anything coming up?
Oh gosh.
I can mention something if you want to.
Yeah, go for it.
I think Maria and I are actually both on the medical board of a group called Tight Lipped, which is a great name. They do advocacy for vulva pain, and they're very much in line with the kind of storytelling work that Tori does, and they also have a podcast that tells very powerful patient stories, which continues to reinforce this theme. Oh yes, so what they do, I've actually gone with them, and they go into med school classrooms, and they'll have like 5 patients, and again, like, you know, the onus shouldn't be on a patient to share their story, which is theirs, but they choose to go in and actually engage with medical students, tell their story, and have medical students ask them questions. And it was very powerful because many of those medical students hadn't had that opportunity to ever talk to a pelvic pain patient, or maybe even like a patient that's not in a doctor's office, where they're sort of at an equal footing. So I was really moved by that, and the students were also so engaged, they stayed afterwards and they wanted to like talk further. And I just felt like that kind of broke down that barrier.
I think I would say believe your patients wholeheartedly, which is something that sounds, obvious, but, I was talking with Tori about, as physicians, we are taught to, in terms of pain, to spend more time thinking about, do we believe that you're actually having pain? Is your pain legitimate? Versus figuring out what is the cause of the pain. And I'm obsessed with research and data because I value stories, and stories mean a lot to me, but when then I go to a bigger, larger audience full of other physicians, I now have to code switch to figure out how to get that story in a way that they can understand it, which is just, facts. But that's fine. If that's how you want to communicate, I will do that, and we will do that. But if we actually look at medical science, we don't know a lot. And there's actually it's terrifying, but I think also such a fun time for this, right? This is a spirit of curiosity. And so believe your patient, even if it doesn't make sense, because we operate in this fallacy in medicine that everything we ever need to know about medical discovery has already happened. If you actually look, we are just scratching the surface, especially when it comes to marginalized people and people with intersectionalities. We haven't been studied, right? And so if someone's presenting with symptoms that aren't in a textbook, you can't then completely dismiss it because that textbook wasn't written about them. And I think that, I learned that in my fellowship. That was the biggest lesson I learned in fellowship, was to always believe the patient and always have a spirit of curiosity, because that's when you get really awesome medical questions answered and really do innovative research. I mean, I came out of fellowship and won an international award just because I was listening, and just because I was like, oh, wait, that's cool. Wait, let's put this and this together. And then I cross-collaborate with a lot of other doctors in different fields. And I love cross-collaboration. I think it's one of the coolest things to on the advocacy side, on the art side, on the history side. I think this is how we're going to build a better medical system, is working together in these intersectionalities and making art and making change in advocacy.
Can I also say something? I just want to shout out the amazing work of nurses. Personally, in preparing for this talk, I was really helped by Stephanie Tillman, who is known by Feminist Midwife, but she's a nurse practitioner who's currently getting her PhD and is specializing in trauma-informed pelvic care. And I think the nursing space is a place that some of the leadership is happening right now in terms of trauma-informed care. And the way that care labor has been undervalued, nurses have suffered so much from that and deserve, part of I think what we need to do is to uplift nurses and pay them better and dignify their work and respect their work. Growing up, my dad is the son of a doctor, and growing up he would always talk about his stories, and his partner is a nurse. And I found it so interesting that he was the brave one and the interesting one. Meanwhile, she's the one that knows how to take care of a dying person. She's the one that's delivered babies. Has the humility to come over your house when your elderly parent can't go to the bathroom for days, and she solves the problem. And the kind of fearlessness and knowing and seeing that nurses do, I think is so undervalued and so sacred. And I want to just quote Mandy Kirby, the birth nurse, who writes a lot about birth care and obstetric violence in ways that medical care can improve. She says, "As the patient giving birth where I worked with my colleagues, it gave me a whole new perspective, as you can imagine. I thought I knew what to expect. I was expecting it to hurt. I was expecting it to be work. But what I wasn't expecting is for it to be so lonely and so personal. How do we know ourselves, love ourselves, and have compassion for ourselves when we have been used by the healthcare system to perpetuate violence?" So I just think that nurses are right there, they're at the front line, and I will never forget the nurses that took care of me in those worst moments. The one that I woke up to, who made sure that my blood transfusion was the right type of blood, and they tested me and they didn't just read the chart and assume, and I'm forever grateful to her. So I just want to say thank you to nurses.
Thank you. Thank you, Russell Sage Nurses, the biggest nursing school in this region. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Sophia. Sorry, I'm kind of rendered speechless. I never thought of it this way, but the way you describe it makes me think that nurses are at this intersection of care, humanity, and medical knowledge, which should be obvious, but in a way that I think could really inform a lot of physicians. And if it's okay, I was gonna just shout out the clitoris work you did really quick, because if we're talking about these collaborations across disciplines, this was a couple of years ago now, I guess, but Maria did a really unprecedented study with a gender affirmation surgeon named Blair Peters. So basically this was possible because of gender affirmation surgery, where he counted the nerve fibers in the clitoris, and this went very viral. I think partially because people really love that tweet that's the clitoris has 8,000 nerves, but it still isn't as sensitive as a white man on the internet, if you're familiar. And so this kind of, they found that there was 10,280 nerve fibers. But what really I think stuck with people was the context, which was that before this, that 8,000 number came from a study on cows from the 1970s, one study. And I think it kind of made people realize what we're working with, the amount of knowledge we don't have, and why medicine thought that was okay to just be cows, women, fine. So I think of that, and then again, I think of Sophia's work visualizing, making the clitoris iconic, which it is, and larger than life, and something that is powerful. And I think both of your work kind of does that in different ways with data and with visuals, and the same with Tori, uplifting patient stories and making them, again, equal or of equal importance and value and validity as the doctor's stories of being the hero, the discoverer, etc. So on that note, I think we have time for one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Shelley has one more question for us.
Hi, my name is Vicki Deachin, and I've always been an advocate for women's health. I don't have a question, but I'd like to tell you a story about my mom. She was a mother in the late 40s, early 50s. She had 5 children. On the 5th child, she had carried the baby for 40 weeks. So when the baby was born, unfortunately, while the baby was in the uterus, it had put a knot into the baby's cord. So when the baby was born, it suffocated. So my mom kept telling the doctors that there was still something wrong. They told my father that the reason why she kept saying that was because of hysteria, because she had lost the baby. So the next day, she came out and she rang the nurse's bell and she asked them to get the hospital administrator and her doctor. So they came in the room and they said, you know, Marion, what's wrong? And she said, I want you to go in the bathroom. So she went in and they found out that the afterbirth, she had expelled the afterbirth the day after, and she had been telling them all along that there was something wrong. So about 25 years later, she said to me that she was sorry that she didn't pursue it further because she was afraid that something might have happened to someone else. So she was always encouraging her 3 daughters to be advocates for their own health and any of their friends. So it's amazing how it's changed so much now, because now they would have had a monitor on the baby and they would have known that the baby was in trouble. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I think that emphasizes what Maria was saying, that like listen to patients, they know themselves, they know their own bodies, even if they don't have the language or don't know exactly what it is, like there's a cause there, and I see that with endometriosis patients, chronic pelvic pain patients that aren't believed, like they know that something's wrong. So I really appreciate that. And yeah, I want to thank our panelists for being raw, vulnerable, informative, and just like bringing their whole selves to this conversation, which I'm personally extremely moved by. And thank you all for being here for the first half of the conference. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and coming all this way. So we're going to break for lunch, and everyone can get their boxed lunches around the corner, as I understand. And I just want to mention that there are some free journals that I think are really in the spirit of this conversation. They were donated to us by Dr. Danielle Ofri, who writes about the doctor-patient relationship, and it's a literary review that is poetry, fiction, memoir that touches on illness and bodies from all perspectives, patients, doctors, nurses. So if you would like to grab a volume, those are up there, and I think they will help continue this conversation. So thank you guys.
So just a quick reminder, we're going to actually play a video during the lunch break at about 1:15, and it's a quick video that I think people will really enjoy. But if you want to grab your box lunch, it's in the bistro area of Buckman Pavilion, and we'll start again at 1:30.
How's my mic? Okay, I have power. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt everyone. I'm just gonna talk for like 20 seconds and you can continue talking. But we're just gonna play a short video by Joel Burvell, who is the medical mythbuster. He is a 4th-year medical student who does TikTok videos that show racial bias embedded in tools like the pulse oximeter. And I was just thinking, as we talk about how to learn how to advocate as doctors and nurses, it's a really good example of medical advocacy within medical school. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves, but we're gonna play that. Thank you.
You have the freedom to choose another doctor if you feel like you're not being heard. Here are 5 tips about what you should do if you don't feel heard when you go to the doctor's office. When I look back on why I started my TikTok, COVID had hit about 2 years ago when I was in my 2nd year medical school, and I had a lot of time to think for myself about the things that were happening in the world. Black Lives Matter! The George Floyd protests. You have the freedom to choose another doctor if you feel like you're not being heard. Here are 5 tips about what you should do if you don't feel heard when you go to the doctor's office. When I look back on why I started my TikTok, COVID had hit about 2 years ago when I was in my 2nd year medical school, and I had a lot of time to think for myself about the things that were happening in the world. Black Lives Matter! The George Floyd protests that were going on. I was hearing about stories like Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery, who had been hunted down by people and killed. And he was the same age as I was. Seeing myself also being a black medical student in a field where less than 5% of all physicians were black, I started thinking, what can I actually be doing to use my voice in a unique way to kind of talk about these issues? I didn't want to sit idly by anymore. I was the first black medical student at my medical school, Washington State University. In my own classroom, I feel like I've asked questions that I know none of my other peers would have asked. So I started making TikToks about things that I wasn't learning in school. Number 2, go with someone else if you can. If you can't do that, have... Number 2, go in with someone else if you can. If you can't, make sure you call someone in or record the conversation for later. My name is Joel Burvell. I'm a 4th year medical student, but better known on social media as a medical mythbuster. So I'm looking right now at my TikTok idea calendar. It's like basically whenever I have an idea, I try and put it down so I remember it. So for much of my upbringing, my grandma was my main caretaker while my parents were away. But she didn't speak any English at all. When I got to middle school in 7th grade, she ended up going back to Ghana, West Africa. And while she was there, she unfortunately contracted malaria. When she was taken to the hospital, they told her that she was supposed to bring her own material to the hospital in terms of tubing and IVs, which she had no idea. And those delays in care unfortunately led to her passing away. That was the first moment where I saw health disparities. When we look right now at the medical field, there's so much research that comes out, but unfortunately they're locked behind paywalls and it's hard to access. And even if you are able to get access to that, sometimes you can't understand what the actual study's saying. I see my job as taking complex studies and putting them into 30 to 60-second videos where people can actually then advocate for themselves in the doctor's office. That is the beginning. One of the first TikToks I made was about pulse oximeters, which are these devices that go on your finger and they measure your blood oxygen saturation level. Pulse oximeters, however, have been shown to not work as equally in darker skin tones. And that video ended up going viral. And the comments were from physicians and nurses and PAs saying that they had never heard about it before. And someone reached out to me afterwards to say that my TikTok might have saved their life. And from there, I've kind of continued exposing things that we should have been taught in medical school, but have not been learning.
Meet Elena Wicker. She's going to be 10 years younger than the average incoming medical student. This man lived with a hole in his head because of a horrifying government radiation experiment that happened at the age of 5. Welcome back to Hidden Medical History. Let's talk about the little-known story of Virtus Hardiman. If you haven't been listening to the news about
In my videos, I talk a lot about how history is important to understanding the current day medical system. And for too long, I think conversations specifically that relate to communities of color have been left out of the mix. When we think about implicit bias, I think we have to realize that everyone has biases that are going to impact the way that they look at a patient or see someone different. But understanding these biases is going to be necessary to try and mitigate them. If you stretch all the way back, you can see how the medical system has been a part of perpetuating these false beliefs. Drapetomania was actually a disease where slaves would run away and have to be whipped in order to be cured. Individuals still believe that black patients don't feel as much pain, or that black patients have thicker skin, or that black patients have less nerve endings. Just recently, there was a study done. Nearly 50% of the respondents to a survey endorsed at least one false belief about black patients. I think the reason why there's a lack of black medical students and black physicians is complex. It's related to history, it's related to resources, it's related to what we have access to right now. I think a lot about what's called the Flexner Report. The Flexner Report was a report that was done in 1910. It was done by the American Medical Association and commissioned Abraham Flexner to go around to all the medical schools in the United States and essentially look at how they were run. What ended up happening was almost all of the schools that trained women were shut down, and almost all the schools that trained minority physicians were also shut down. And so what that did was, for more than half a century, you didn't have doctors being trained that were women or minorities. It wasn't until the Civil Rights Act that it required that medical schools actually accept people that were not white.
Talking about where medicine as we have practiced has fallen short.
We don't really prioritize the public health work that's being done or the opportunity to go through all these processes because like you mentioned, COVID and monkeypox most recently have shown us that we need to do a better job of reacting to public health emergencies.
We'll talk later.
Yep, have fun tomorrow at school. Unfortunately, the medical system is expensive. It is, more than $200,000 to pay for when you're in medical school. Medical students often spend around $5,000 just to apply into medical school, and that's without any guarantee of being accepted. And so when you think about how long that is, basically a generation of people that are not being able to go into medicine, you lack being able to find mentors to actually get you there. I've had so many conversations with friends who should be doctors right now, but aren't, because someone along the way told them that they weren't good enough. And in my own life, I've had those experiences too. I would not be here right now if it wasn't for mentors who spoke to me and instilled in me that I could be here right now.
Like where are you in med school at, and fast forward, and then of course this is now, we were doing like a bunch of our webinars or whatever else, and then at some point, October, I guess of that year, I asked you, are you playing Orphan?
Yeah,
so
that's
I'm
crazy.
thinking about it, and you were still so proper.
Before we even started any sessions, everyone follow OrthoMentor.
That is really hilarious.
And I'm in an SMA, Student National Medical Association group, and everyone, that's the first thing they post. If you're not following OrthoMentor, make sure you do.
It's like, what is wrong?
Yeah, you want to go into orthopedics, you need to be following.
In a typical day, I probably work upwards of 14 hours. I have a lot of projects that I'm working on right now. I'm someone that's always trying to figure out what's the best way to make information accessible. One of the things I'm doing right now is working with the White House. I'm also working with the World Health Organization to dispel medical disinformation and misinformation that's online. I've been working with Surgeon General's office. I actually got to make a video with Dr. Vivek Murthy, which is really fun. I'm also trying to work on a TV show right now.
Do you think if you could be there the next 2 days, though, it would be awesome?
Saturday, Sunday, I think there's an incredible movement right now for the next generation to reimagine what medicine looks like. That means making sure that communities who haven't been talked about are actually being included in our curriculum. I think dermatology images are thankfully getting more diverse. I think that we're talking about race-based medicine and why we use race-based medicine and the flaws of it as well. We're talking about medical devices now and how medical devices can read inaccurately on different skin tones. We're talking about artificial intelligence and how AI actually treats people differently based on the algorithms that's fed. I think some people say that I'm an influencer or that I'm a change maker, but I think at the heart of everything I do, it's education. I've always loved teaching, I've always loved sharing knowledge, and that's really what I think I'm trying to do right now, is taking things that exist out there that have fascinated me and giving it to people so that they can understand it in an easily digestible way and can use it to better their own health.
Can everyone hear me? Oh, I love this. I feel so powerful. I wish I had this in real life when people were talking over me. Thank you, everyone. I know this has been a packed day so far. Thank you for sticking with us and allowing us to even play a video while you ate lunch. And hello to the nosebleed seats. Hi, thank you so much. Psyched. Oh, I even have visuals, it turns out. Okay, welcome to a lot of you I think are new because everyone's flowing in and out of classrooms. So just, I don't need to stand. To briefly mention, this morning we had our historian Wendy Klein go a bit over the history of women's health and gynecology and how it really was rooted in treating women as reproductive bodies, as mainly important for their uteruses, and the way that doctors were kind of taught to disbelieve women's pain and consider it psychosomatic. And then we had our panelists speak about the patient-doctor relationship, how to advocate in the doctor's office, and we really talked about how important it is to share stories and not accept the treatment that we're given. So we're moving for this panel from the individual level to the systems level, because we do want to talk about how medicine changes, which is so difficult in part because medical school does indoctrinate and acculturate people into a certain way of thinking. And I mentioned before, but it's really important that medical school does that because you need to operate with the same body of knowledge, the same language, and the same values, but it also means that it's really difficult to shake people out of tradition. And I've noticed in my reporting that there is a certain way that this happens. It's usually from people who are slightly askew or slightly outside the system who are able to see with fresh eyes, and it is collaborations between different disciplines and conversations across the silos of medicine. And that is why we have gathered an artist activist, a patient advocate and researcher, a doctor advocate, and a medical historian for you. So let's welcome our guests again, I think. Thank them for being here. Okay. Cool. Can I have the slide, the next one? The slide before? Nope, okay. Yeah, can I keep that one for a second, actually? Okay. I'm gonna start off by mentioning an interesting way that knowledge travels inside and outside medicine, and then I'll give it over to the panelists to talk. But in my research, I was talking with a urologist who was the first female urologist in Australia. Her name's Helen O'Connell, and she's kind of credited with mapping the full clitoris. Sophia knows her well, so does Maria. And she had this experience in medical school where she learned a ton about the penis and almost nothing about the clitoris. And she knew from her own lived experience, like, something's wrong here. We literally learn where the nerves are in the penis, but not the clitoris, and we're doing surgeries in this very delicate area because urologists treat men and women. And what was a really interesting connection to me was she actually had kind of been radicalized by the feminist movement, and she had read the book A New View of a Woman's Body, which Wendy brought up in her presentation. So this was when women kind of said, gynecologists are gatekeepers who are really not serving us, and we are going to take power and the speculum into our own hands. And this artist, Suzanne Gage, was part of this movement, and she, from her own experience and from the trust of women who modeled for her, created this image, which was an image of the clitoris, the unerect clitoris, we also have the erect one, that had not really been seen before as this kind of powerful and vast structure. And it was the urologist viewing this image, remembering it, and realizing that somewhere between what medicine was teaching her and what feminists, artists, and medical illustrators were experiencing, there was truth. And that is actually what led her to do her studies, which gave us the shape and size of the clitoris. So just want you to think about connections across disciplines and the way that change happens in medicine. I'm gonna toss it over to Wendy to talk a little bit about a transformation in medicine.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the panelists. I had the advantage of not sitting up here for the last panel, and I got to just listen and watch, and you guys were amazing, so thank you. But of course, then I desperately wanted to be up and be part of the conversation again. So I just wanted to start by reflecting for a moment about, because storytelling, I know we're moved on to another panel, but the importance of storytelling. As a historian, I wanted to just point out that a lot of that legitimizing of storytelling happens in the 1970s with the rise of the women's health movement. Because and so for example, how many of you have heard the book Our Bodies, Ourselves? Okay.
Nice.
So a group of feminist women who were not medically educated writes really the first manual self-help guide for women in the 1970s. And you know, this is before you could Google what was happening to your body. And part of what they were doing was not just providing knowledge, but redefining what knowledge is. And so talking about experiential knowledge as something that is equally valid as what the doctor is saying in a medical textbook. The way in which women experience pain, pleasure, anything about their bodies is legitimate because it's theirs, and that is equally important. And that was a radical moment in not just women's history, but in patient advocacy, because that model then gets adopted by, for example, AIDS activists who start to learn that if we want to save our lives, we have to do that research for us. It's a model that becomes kind of normalized by now. And one of the best examples of where we see this is, you know, when you pick up a prescription and there's this really long, detailed patient package insert. Does anybody know where that originated? It came out of the birth control pill hearings, because women were being, starting in the 1960s, not told, there were no studies of side effects of the birth control pill. And through advocacy and women's health, I mean, I could go on forever. My point is just, they demanded to know what was going into their bodies, and as a result of that, the patient package insert became institutionalized, basically. So some of the fact that we can be up here and talk about how stories matter, I do just want to honor, you know, people who got that conversation really started in the 70s, and how it was rooted in the female body as being central to that. That came out in my, I don't want to shamelessly self-promote, but
No, that's the point. We want to see how this history, how you took lessons from it into your own work, or how you used it in your own work.
So that, I wrote about that in a book called Bodies of Knowledge, which was sort of a reflection on women's health activism in the 70s thematically. So each chapter I covered a different aspect of women's health. And the final chapter was on childbirth. And I fell in love with writing that chapter, and I realized there was so much more to be said because, not surprisingly, it's a women's issue, and so there wasn't a lot that had been written about it from the female perspective. So I then wrote a book called Coming Home, How Midwives Changed Birth. And so what I'm really going to talk about for just a few more minutes is the importance of collaborative care that comes out through the midwifery movement. Again, I will try to not talk too much, but if you know anything about the history of childbirth in the US, there are a couple of things that make it unique. One is it's the most expensive place in the world to give birth. And two is it's one of the most dangerous places in a developed country to give birth. And third, it's the only developed country that virtually eliminated midwifery starting in the early 20th century. With some exceptions, there was an active movement on the part of the medical establishment to get rid of midwives. And there are a lot of reasons for that. But anyway, as a result, all midwifery training programs stopped for a long period of time. Then it was reintroduced just as nurse midwifery programs. So anybody who was interested in learning how to be a midwife outside of the nurse care model had no opportunities in the US until the 1970s. So that was part of this women's health movement to kind of demand that that kind of knowledge had a legitimate place for transforming experiences to make them slightly less horrific from what you went through. And so I just want to point out that the role of women, one of the reasons that became on the agenda was because of horrific birth stories. If you gave birth in the United States between, well, in the 50s and 60s, it's earlier too, but you are most likely going to be strapped down to the delivery, the table. You would often be completely unconscious, even for a vaginal birth. My mother was completely put under for a vaginal birth. No memory of me, entering the world. troubled breastfeeding because often then they would meet their baby for 12 to 24 hours. Abusive practice on the part of many obstetricians, and that in turn leads to a movement of a kind of an underground movement of midwives, of women who start identifying with midwifery, who advocate for out-of-hospital birth. And as it came into being and kind of reintroduced into our culture, there were more and more studies showing that collaborative care leads to better birth outcomes. And the fact that one of the reasons why birth outcomes were so poor in the United States was directly attributed to the absence of midwifery. And then when midwifery is brought back in, it's completely separated. It's dismissed by obstetricians. It's not seen as relevant, or it's seen as threatening. There are a number of reasons. So in 2014, there's a study in The Lancet that found that increasing collaboration by integrating midwives into healthcare systems could potentially prevent more than 80% of maternal and infant deaths. There's been more and more evidence that by simply allowing midwives into the hospital, right, you can dramatically increase positive outcomes. And midwives have there's been so much advocacy and work on the part of midwives to try to standardize a collaborative model of care. And so just the last study was 2018. Saraswati Vidam, who's been a major player in this, was able to come up with this study and to come up with a measurement that demonstrated that states that have integrated midwifery care into their healthcare systems have better birth outcomes than those that have not. So that's just supporting the Lancet study, right? Like collaborative care is useful. But then they were able to kind of measure and grade every state by looking at those states with a higher density of midwives and a higher proportion of midwife-attended births also had dramatically lower C-section rates. Okay, so again, just acknowledging that that kind of healthcare collaborative model works is one step in the right direction. I think I'll stop. I mean, if we discuss more, I have more to say, but I don't want to dominate. I just wanted to get that idea out there that recognizing historically one of our struggles comes from the fact that an entire group of female-based practitioners were pushed out of the system, and we are still seeing the ramifications of that decision today.
Yeah, wow, who have a body of knowledge that is going unused, particularly now at a time when OBGYNs are fleeing the field, fleeing states where they can't perform abortions, and there's a huge need for practitioners that know how to do reproductive health care, and they are there. I did realize, because we have so many new faces, I will just briefly mention our panelists. Wendy, as you could probably tell, is a very accomplished women's health historian who's written several books, and her newest one is called Exposed, and it is the history of the pelvic exam and the speculum. Tori Ford is a feminist health researcher at Oxford, and she has started an organization called Her Story, which helps patients advocate for themselves through storytelling, and also goes into medical student classrooms to talk about medical advocacy. Dr. Maria Uloko is a urologist and one of 7 sexual medicine specialists in the country who treats all genders and is an advocate for gender equality in women's health and in health. And Sophia Wallace is an artist who became iconic for founding the Cliteracy movement and creates an iconography of the clitoris, and whose work really talks about intimate justice and the power of female pleasure. I'm Rachel Gross, your host, and I wrote a book called Vagina Obscura, and I've been here this year. Okay, with that, let me stop talking. Tori, would you like to chat?
Yeah, sure. So Rachel sort of asked us to think about a moment in history where, medicine was maybe transformed in terms of women's health, and then connected to some of our own work. As Wendy touched upon, sort of 1970s, we had this sort of women's health movement, and something that I was really inspired by, and sort of that led to Medical Her Stories formation, was sort of the student activist movement that was happening around that time. So I went to McGill for my undergrad, and there they had this amazing book that was the McGill Birth Control Handbook that, you know, was put together by and for students about learning more about our bodies. Oxford, where I'm at now, had their own version of it called the Little Blue Book that they gave out to every sort of undergraduate student there, and doing that sort of incredible work where students were acknowledging there was a problem, they wanted to make a change, and they were taking it into their own hands. And something that played a really big role in this was student press. So student newspapers, as someone that used to study medical history, I've spent so many days just going through old student newspapers, and I highly recommend if anyone has a free afternoon and is a nerd, it's very fun. But in doing this, there were so many moments of seeing how young people were trying to advocate for change on their campus, and, you know, not necessarily that those stories would make it sort of national press, but that they were able to create so much change on campus. So I started Medical Her Story when I was 20 years old doing my undergraduate degree. And something that was really interesting was that I was involved with a lot of student organizing on campus, specifically around sexual violence. And it was sort of this space of recognizing that this was an ongoing problem on campus and thinking about how could we be innovative in our approach to this. So it involved, you know, having students be trained to be first responders, having students being trained to be in public spaces talking about consent, talking about sexual violence, doing that education, providing that support. I was also involved with a few groups that were looking at sort of women's health, but from sort of that very, you know, white feminist reproductive health angle of it, and, you know, feeling like there was a bit lacking there. I was studying gender studies, and then also I was a patient living with chronic vulva pain and facing a lot of my own struggles with trying to advocate for care, trying to be heard, and feeling like I was telling my story over and over again and not being heard. So I started to talk to some of these people that I worked with in the sexual violence space that were great friends and allies and advocates, and they said, you know, when they heard parts of my story, it sounds like fiction, you should write about it. And I thought, oh my gosh, I can't think of anything more embarrassing, anything more challenging. Who would want to be the face of vulva pain? But I started to write my story, and when I did, I realized that there was something sort of bigger than myself going on here. And I had a friend that worked in the student press, and I said, hey, I've written this story. It's about myself, it's about my body, it's about pain, but I think it's about something bigger than that too. I think it's about sort of this gender health inequity, seeing how sort of my story played out from, you know, the time I was 18 till then 20, well, now I could do until I'm 26, but, you know, tracing it and seeing so many layers of trying to ask for help and not being heard. I wanted to share that story. So my friend published it in the school newspaper. I didn't know that they would be putting it on the front page, which was quite shocking. And I think I was quite a bold young adult. I think I still am, but it went on the front page of Student Press and then all across campus. And I had all those worries, you know, oh my gosh, what are people going to say? Are they going to say, ew, gross, why are you talking about this? It's unladylike, it's unprofessional, you know, but I didn't. I heard so many other people saying, you know, I have really similar stories of being dismissed in healthcare settings and of being let down by healthcare, you know, where should we share these stories? And it was sort of recognizing, you know, the student press was able to get all these people together, and then how could we sort of take that and create a publication similar to maybe some of those early handbooks using, you know, storytelling to create some change. And we started Medical Her Story as a storytelling website with my own story, and now we've done dozens of other stories as well. And it's been really impactful to see that and sort of continuing that legacy, as Wendy touched on, of storytelling, and that patients are the experts of their own experience, and sort of finding ways to just reaffirm that for themselves and for healthcare professionals has been really rewarding.
Thank you, Tori. As you were talking, I was kind of connecting the two of you. I've been in workshops that are like, they're kind of like consciousness raising workshops, which come from the feminist health movement, if you're familiar. So this is where women often like sat around in a safe space and talked about their experiences with doctors and how bad they were and how they were gaslit or made to feel broken. And it was like this slow realization that it wasn't a you problem, it was a system problem. And like they had no idea anyone else had ever felt that way. And I think that kind of politicization of stories is what a lot of these panelists do. And it's really powerful to watch people connect their own story to a bigger narrative and realize like that the system is not working for them. So that's definitely a form of medical advocacy that we can talk about more. And yeah, I asked the panelists to think about a transformation in medicine and how their own work draws from it, or what lessons they have learned in what they do. So Maria, would you like to share?
So I never thought this would be it, but the little blue pill, Viagra, was a moment. As a urologist, obviously, so my fellowship, there's only one program in the country that trains doctors on vulvar women's sexual health. I'm just gonna pause right there. Like, that's bad. Like, that's really bad. Gynecologists are not getting this training, and the only program in the country currently is run by a urologist, and it's particularly a gentleman named Dr. Erwin Goldstein. He is the godfather of sex, in my opinion, and was the lead scientist on Viagra. And he was my fellowship mentor. You know, and when I decided to do this fellowship, I just wanted to live in San Diego. I was so cold. I was in Minnesota for 5 years. I was like, screw this. But when you talk to this man and you realize he is one of the most passionate people about sexual health, and then you realize like kind of what he did and why he did it, it all started with Viagra. So when it went to market, he spent all of his he's a urologist himself, spent his entire career in terms of trying to figure out how to help men and people with penises with erectile dysfunction. All of his research accumulated into the production of Viagra. He was like, I am done. I've lived a life. I'm ready to retire. And he then started getting a ton of hate mail, a lot of hate mail from women, from the partners of the people that were now getting Viagra. And, you know, as someone that had solely focused his entire life on the penis, this was totally new for him. And if you understand how medicine works, we are very siloed in our delivery of care. So most people think that urologists only deal with men's sexual health, which is actually pretty true. And gynecologists deal with women and vulvar sexual health, which is actually a fallacy, and he got to see that. And so all of this hate mail from these partners saying there's no one to take care of us was one of his like, wait, what? Moments, and then he started going deeper and deeper and deeper and realizing that there is no one to address the sexual health concerns of people with vulvas. And that matters because what happens when you stop reproducing? Right? No one is there to take care of you. And so because of that, he then went on to establish so much advocacy, started the International Society of Women, the Study of Women's Sexual Health, which is this big organization, well, big for women's sexual health, because if we also look at the culture and the context of female sexuality, vulvar sexuality, it's oftentimes still stigmatized and shamed, but it's full of researchers, clinicians who want to advance sexual health around the world and have a lot of guidelines and have pushed the boundaries. And again, when I did my fellowship, I was just like, I'm just warm and I'm excited, and this is exciting to be not cold. In that fellowship, though, it taught me so much. I have been in medicine since I was right out of high school, went straight to medical school, and I thought I knew a lot. I thought and was like, listen, you can't tell me anything. I know all the stuff. And that was a humbling year because I realized I learned pretty much nothing about the vulva, about sexual health, even anatomy. And so that plus listening to all the stories of every single patient had the exact same story. Different words, but the exact same themes. And I was like, why is it that every single person, no matter what your socioeconomic background, your ethnic background, your cultural background, we all have the same narrative? Because I had even had my own experiences from a obstetrics portion that was like, this is, I won't swear, this is bad. But I knew something was wrong, but I also was just like, maybe this is just my experience as a Black woman going through the healthcare system. But then I saw that there was happening to every single person. And that then got me really into, and I've always been a nerd about history and figuring out how did we get here? And so going back into the history, going back into the research, going back into the landscape and kind of having the standard of care of men, that's always been my standard. And then seeing how the, everyone else is treated was really eye-opening. And realizing that even the fundamental knowledge that we have, that we are taught, that we are indoctrined to know about women and vulvas and people with vulvas is predominantly wrong. And so that's a lot of my research is actually debunking medical myths and debunking how we approach the way that we treat people with vulvas in the healthcare system. And so that looks like starting with just defining anatomy of the vulva. So and notice that it's all urologists that are doing this. So Dr. Helen O'Connell defined the actual structure of the vulva, and then me and my research group defined how many nerves are in the human clitoris. So she defined the clitoris, I defined how many nerves are in the human clitoris. And that was because I just went to the literature and I was like, oh, we don't even know this. Like this is where we're at. We still don't even know the physiology of hormones. So this is where dogma comes into play. I said a thing about feelings versus facts. This is why I oftentimes say feelings aren't facts. A lot of people feel one way about a certain situation, but that's not what the facts say. So one of the things in people with chronic pelvic pain, I'm a chronic pelvic pain specialist, there's a lot of it is a testosterone-mediated issue. And when I'm gonna tell you something that's gonna blow your mind, the ovaries actually make about 100 times more testosterone than it does estrogen. That is not taught anywhere. I didn't learn that until fellowship. And Dr. Goldstein quizzed me and I was like, obviously estrogen is a lot. And he's like, no, you make way more testosterone. And yet our science isn't actually looking at what testosterone does to the body. Whenever you ask a gynecologist, because I teach the gynecologist about sexual health, they're always like, well, it's converted to estrogen. I'm like, no, if you actually look, and there's actually data around this that shows that we have way more testosterone, but then clinically, that's not getting translated into how we practice medicine. And so we are practicing medicine from a feeling standpoint and not from a factual standpoint, only when it comes to people with vulvas, because I also have a men's health clinic and we're by the book. And so that's something that is very, very, very concerning to me about the way that we are taught about bodies. There's a lot of dogma when it comes to women. And I think that is why, in people with ovaries and people with vulvas, that's why we are seeing so much death, so much disease, so much burden, is that even the fundamentals of what we are learning is wrong. So I do a lot of research in this field to debunk a lot of these myths. And for anyone that's going into medicine, I implore you to have a spirit of curiosity. Do not take everything that they say as absolute truth, because if you actually look at it, a lot of it isn't. And there's so much discovery to be happening in medicine, especially in the realm of women's sexual health, vulvar sexual health, ovarian health, that we still need to do. So you guys and you all can be part of that one day. But it is really important to know that what you're being taught, a lot of the times, you should probably be questioning it and challenge people.
That is a great takeaway. I'm now remembering when I learned in writing my book that testosterone is really important for sperm production, for ovulation in women. And I was like, what? And then estrogen was important for sperm production. And it shouldn't have been paradigm shifting, but it is for many people because of how, like you said, because of the dogma around hormones and how they've been gendered and how we don't realize they have key roles in all bodies. Also, I didn't think you were going to go for Viagra, so I loved that. That was very surprising, and it made me think of, I write a column called Body Language about how medical language affects doctors and patients for the New York Times, and I looked into this word vaginal atrophy, which is a horrible word that used to be applied to menopausal women and is actually medically inaccurate, and how it was switched to genitourinary symptoms. I'm like, doctor in the room, gotta make sure that's right. So when I ask people, like, first of all, why there's so much trouble getting this name changed, and what was an example of this happening before, they all said that before Viagra, ED was called impotence, and that men were so hurt by this and that they felt it was so emasculating that medicine changed it. And now, like, everyone knows what ED is, and we see advertisements in the subway, et cetera, et cetera. So it struck me that some people's feelings matter, and some patients who are made to feel that their experience is not what they would like are listened to, and that actually affects even the language we use to talk about things. So it makes me continue to think of who is centered and who falls through the cracks. And Sophia, I'd love to hear from you.
I have a video to show. I also wanted, at the end of my the group of slides, if it's possible to pull up my website at the end, sophiawallace.art. That would be cool. There's time. Roll video.
Yes, we are all sluts. You're a slut. All these dudes behind you are sluts. Your cameraman's a slut. Your PA is a slut. And your mic's a slut.
And what made you a slut?
Because I own my body. My body is not a political playground. It's not a place for legislation. It's mine, and it's my future. And
how old are you?
Grown. Ooh! Grown.
Grown. And so you sleep around with a lot of men?
No, actually, I'm a virgin.
You're a virgin?
Yeah.
So you're not a slut?
Yes, you can be a slut. Because a slut is not what you made it, Jesse. A slut is what I made it. A boss, getting taking the mic, turning life around, taking over Hollywood.
So you are still a virgin, but yet you call yourself a slut.
It wouldn't matter. I'm saying it doesn't matter if I'm a virgin. It doesn't matter what a woman's sexual history is. A slut is just a word that you and your fellow penises made. A slut. Your mama's a slut. Your grandma's a slut. Everybody.
Is your mother a slut?
No, but yours is.
Your mother's not a slut?
No.
You said every woman's a slut.
Everybody.
Well, why your mother's not a slut?
You are a slut. Not my mother in particular is not a slut, but a slut is a word for anybody who's owning their sexuality, turning up, and not letting Jesse twist their answers around.
So let me ask, I noticed are you dressed slutty today?
No, I'm dressed like a woman.
What made you decide to come out looking like this? You look like a slut. What made you do it?
You look like a slut.
What made you dress?
What made you dress like this?
No, just answer that question. What made you dress?
I dress like this because I can dress whatever I want to. Period. But what made you dress like this?
Let me ask you, do you believe?
You put on this striped shirt?
Let me ask you, do you believe in God?
Yes, Jesse. I believe in God.
Would God want you to be a slut?
God would want me to be whatever I want to be.
Would he want you to be a slut?
He would want me to be whatever I want to be.
How about a slut?
Whatever I want to be.
And why would he want you to be a slut?
He would want me to be whatever I want to be because God believes in choice. And you should know that, Jesse. That's why you're allowed to wear this lame-ass shirt.
Would your parents be happy to know that you're a slut?
My parents would be happy to know that I'm a free woman on a billboard in Times Square in Soho for Airy Real because we take back the woman form and we ain't lame dudes like Jesse wearing striped shirts.
Thank you so much. I wish you would.
I think this is just really an iconic video that we should all know and love, and it should just be very famous. So if you haven't already seen it, here it is, and please show it to other people. I want to just center some people who are clapping back at the slut shaming and the silencing and the gaslighting and the false logic that you could somehow win within misogyny, which you obviously can't. And I think her response is just like a best case reaction. So anyway, we can do the, who has the clicker? You do. Oh, thank you. So I want to just share some other examples of people clapping back at some of the realities that we're all dealing with. To me, the Reductress, if you don't follow them, it's a hilarious satirical publication, and they do an amazing job talking about real issues in a very funny, very pointed way, and really, I think, addressing a vulva-centric perspective while they read the realities of having a vulva. I love the way that these ones kind of gently point out the paternalism, the condescension, the lack of trust, the feeling of being tested. And like tying it back to Dr. Klein's, joking about the idea that, having a pelvic exam would be something that you would be like, woohoo, this is a fun ride. I really enjoy the joke about rib tampons for her pleasure. The idea that you would like accidentally be having, orgasm after orgasm while you're like changing your tampon is, anyone who's used them, they know that this doesn't happen. And then nighting with a tampon. For those of us who were taught to like hide all of our menstrual products in our sleeve as we went to the bathroom, or like not admit if we had our period, or not say it because that would be like a sign of weakness and not being professional. So UTIs, I mean, this is like such an important part of our lives as people that have vulvas, and they need to be talked about, and like we should be able to laugh about them sometimes, because crying about them hurts a lot. And I also really enjoy the fact that like so many entities are trying to control us through legislating our genitals. I really like the joke about, I want them to legislate my butt. So, and then just a shout out to Ali Wong, if you guys haven't seen her Baby Cobra, and then the follow-up Baby Cobra special, and then she has another one. She just talks about so many realities in a brilliant way that like builds in this incredible crescendo in the end. And Rihanna, just shouting her out for like taking up space in a pregnant body, being powerful, being sexual, being a performer, being a visionary, being her own artist, having her backup dancers, and not having to hide away or desexualize herself, or to do it in a particularly, neutered way that I think a lot of times, like if you're pregnant, you're supposed to be asexual, and you're supposed to, present this kind of like, the Virgin Mary kind of like, you're pregnant, but you never had a sexuality, and you're not sexual now, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then if I could just pull up my website, sophiawallace.art.
Highly recommend
And
following.
then click, just, if a pop-up window pops up, just say like, okay, or close it. I think they're pulling it up right now. Sorry, I surprised them. I didn't tell them I was going to pull up my website, so this is like 100%.
You were testing them, and if they can spell hemorrhoid, then extra gold star.
Exactly.
It is a very hard word to spell.
Yeah.
I always have to spell check it. Okay, if this is too hard, we can just skip and we can do it later. I just wanted to show
I can mention
some
something,
visuals
give them time.
of the work that I do, which is very, like, if you didn't see my talk in the morning, was like pretty eviscerating, but the work I do, there's a lot of joy, and there's a lot of lightheartedness and playfulness, and also just a lot of inclusion. Like, I just want to shout out, like, I love seeing men here too, and I love like the idea that like together we can create change and move culture forward. And it's been like a really inspiring thing to work on my project and find all of the collaborators or the supporters that I didn't know that I had. So I just feel really positive about our future together.
I think let's definitely come back to your website when they get it up. And I'll just mention that, like, what I'm hearing from from these amazing examples and comedians is kind of this joyful reclaiming of what territory has been taken from you in a way. And what it makes me think of is the beginning of the intersex rights movement, which you might be familiar with. For a long time in this country, intersex children, those born with genitals that weren't necessarily penis, vulva, vagina, had non-consensual surgery to shape them into what would look like a woman or a man. That was not medically necessary. So the beginning of the speaking out by these patients was a woman named Beau Laurent who had had this done to her, and she started a zine called Hermaphrodite Speak, because that was like the term that doctors were using at the time, which like thinking of stigmatizing language, but it was like it was very satirical, and she kind of used humor to undermine the shame and get people to tell their stories, and even like include like humorous columns. So it makes me think that that is a really powerful tool for kind of disarming people and defamiliarizing what we've all accepted to be true. Oh, look at that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll just let it play in the background a little bit. I just wanted to give you guys like a tiny overview of what I do, including, and maybe we can do this on Russell Sage campus, but creating a clit and slide. So we made like a slip and slide, but just all clit inflatables. And then we like slid down the hill together. And this is the clit rodeo.
My favorite. Bring it back.
I know. It's a 35-foot billboard. This is an altar I created that was about honoring this part of the body that is so often a site of violence. This is like art that's kind of pretending to be advertising, talking about, you know, what is a clit living its best life? What is clit joy?
Big clit energy.
Those are the inflatables that we slid across campus with for the clit and slide. This is Rachel and I talking about clits. And so this is what I'm saying. You know, we could do this.
Collabs.
Okay, that was what I wanted to show. Thank you.
No, that's perfect. Also, the clit inflatables were the highlight of Dyke March, and people were joyfully playing in the fountain with them. So just saying, everyone talked about them to me. Wow, this is great. So kind of the point of this is to bring some threads together, and I'm wondering for these panelists, like, has listening to any of these strategies from other disciplines made you, like, could you take any of this into your discipline, into your work, do you think?
1,000%. I always, I'm not like your typical surgeon. I'm like a woo-woo surgeon. I think there is something about patient stories that really keeps me fighting and advocating and speaking up and actually listening. You know, it's so funny. I think there's a statistics about like 90% of like when it comes to congruence of like what patients want versus what doctors are trained on, and there's like a 90% discongruence, right? So we are literally being taught like not to meet our patients where they're at. And it's so, that's why these stories matter, because the way that we're still trained in a paternalistic model. Like my favorite history is I like challenging systems through history and understanding why we're doing things the way we're doing. Like if we look at the surgical training model, it's abysmal. The stats are oftentimes that if you are a woman or if you're from any marginalized backgrounds, you're going to have a hard time. You're going to have a much harder time than your cis white het colleagues. Mm-hmm. And it is statistic after statistic, study after study after study. And yet we keep doing these studies and yet we're not changing. And so I was like, okay, what's going on? Why do we do it? Why do we train in the way that we do? And I am a former athlete. And so I was just very curious. And if we look at how we even train our surgical model, that we're tradition. Medicine's all about tradition, which drives me crazy because these traditions were made before Google, right? So they didn't even have Google, and yet we're still upholding them. But if we look at the surgical training model, it was created by a gentleman that had a severe drug addiction. And so the reason he then had residents come in was so that he can continue to take care of patients while funding and while still in the active throes of addiction. And so, and we also have this thing about the surgical principles, and he was the one that came up with the surgical principles of fine dissection, of taking your time and all these things. It was because he was so high on opioids that he was so slow. And you can actually read this in Osler's, it's super catty, in medical history. Like, these things are written in plain sight. And because we've lost sight of that, because we've lost sight of the understanding, and we just continue to go with tradition without understanding why traditions happen, we then keep perpetuating these violent systems and these ineffective systems. And I absolutely love learning about art and patient stories and history and bringing that into my clinical practice, because that's how we are going to create change and reform.
Thank you. Also, Freud, a lot of cocaine.
Yeah, lots of cocaine.
And from Wendy, I learned what an influence he had on gynecology. Yeah, Wendy.
I want to just turn that on its head for a second, or reverse how we approach it by thinking about history. I think, do I have any history majors in the room? History lovers? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll
We
start
got
with
sociologists.
But one thing you realize when you studying history in high school is very different from what happens when you go to college. It's not about memorizing facts and dates, and there is a very much of a reciprocal relationship when you do something like study and write about women's history, because it didn't exist 50 years ago. I've been a history professor for 24 years. And the way in which we understand evidence is constantly changing. So if we talk about medical stories, patient stories, medical evidence, where we're looking for evidence in history is completely changed, right? And so the minute there's a recognition, oh, your story, oh, actually that's important, right? The discoveries you're making, they go into history as well. And so rather than thinking of history, which I'm not saying you are at all, but there is a tendency to see history as this monolithic pot, right? That you just open up and you pick out the evidence. When in fact, history is also this thriving, sometimes uncomfortable, sometimes political, academic discipline that is very much shaped by who we value, whose stories we want to look at. Right, so it's incredibly, I couldn't be a historian without your stories. I wouldn't want to be. It would not be a history I would want to write.
I think that is a really surprising idea, that history is changing because we are looking at it through new lenses.
Absolutely.
Or giving legitimacy to new things that were already there. Weirdly, it makes me think about how science has viewed the female body, which the body hasn't really changed, but now we're like, oh, the ovaries aren't just sitting around being passive. They're actually doing 1,000 things for your body, including supporting you, including making eggs. And if you don't decide that they're passively there with eggs coming out, you're like, oh, there's this dynamic explosion of hormones, and the egg violently has to find its way across the abyss to the other side of the fallopian tube. And that's always happened, but the way you view it can totally change the meaning. So.
Can I have a follow-up question to you, Rachel? Because this idea of we are actively making history, right? But how do we get our history institutionalized? How do we get our story to be valued or listened to? And as a journalist who's been covering this topic for a while, it's not like it's a walk in the park and you just pitch your great work and they're always like, thank you, Rachel, we'll take it as is, right? So can you talk about that a little bit too? Because that's also an important part of how we even get to register as a part of our own lifetime and impact.
Yeah, my pleasure. Also, I love that switcheroo. So I'm a science journalist. I write for the New York Times, the Atlantic, sometimes Scientific American, and those are all very stodgy, old, and traditionally masculinist publications, I would say. And it's not a coincidence that I try to write for those publications. I'm someone who kind of believes in working within the system, and then if you can push the door a little bit in that kind of place, then you can push it pretty wide for a lot of people. So I'm thinking, I guess the biggest example is I wrote a feature that took me maybe 9 months to publish, and it was on medicine's neglect of the clitoris across different fields. And pitching that was very challenging. I was told initially when I told the story of a woman who was actually a nurse who had had a biopsy on her vulva and ended up losing sensation and the ability to orgasm. And she didn't know why, and no doctor could tell her why, and they said, like, maybe it's hormonal or something. So I told her story in the beginning, and I got the feedback that it was too explicit, that it was, like, inappropriate, and wow, TMI. Literally, that was in the email. And I was like, oh my God, like, you literally can't talk about a subject that is marginalized and said to be inappropriate by censoring yourself. There's, like, no way. So I had to reframe it and really, like, coddle my editors. I guess I do a lot of editor management. And I was thinking of Maria, the connecting problems to male health in order to kind of step on that and climb up that ladder. And yeah, I basically connected it to, like, this is a public health issue that actually millions of people have vulvas and are getting poor care, I would say. And they always kind of wanted this sentence I was mentioning yesterday in the article that's, very little money is spent on female sexual health care. Meanwhile, billions of dollars is spent on Viagra. So male pleasure is valued and female pleasure is not. And, like, that kind of comparison and contrast made them click, I think. Though, like, I will point out, I don't think it's a very accurate comparison because Viagra is not really about pleasure, it's just about an erection. So that was a fight. I'm trying to think of, like, I kind of blocked it out because it was really hard of, like, how I got that through. I remember I had to have everything really, really buttoned up, so I ended up interviewing, like, far more gynecologists and patients so I could really say, like, this is a trend. Obviously, we don't have the stats for all the reasons we're talking about. Nobody keeps track of women who have had this injury, but I can tell you that I talked to at least 20, so take that. So I had that, so I was able to, like, back it up. I started my career as a fact checker, so I'm very aware of kind of what is needed to put something in print in a place like the New York Times. And then, I tried to think if there was anything else, but yeah, well, when it came out, it became one of the most shared, the top 10 most shared stories for that year. And basically, my editor was like, Rachel, write about the clitoris anytime. Please write more about the clitoris, after being like, I don't know about this. So one way we do it is by proving that that people want it, I would say. Because I don't want to say that it's, like, clickable or popular. That will get into a whole other conversation about how media is broken. But it was clear that this was not, the readers weren't like, oh, how inappropriate, I'm not subscribing to the Times anymore. They were like, what the hell, why haven't I heard about this before? And, like, this is in the science section, so therefore, like, people were reading it who wouldn't be reading women's health magazines. Another just moment I'm thinking of is trying to do this delicately. I wrote a piece on the word pudendum, which in medicine, it's just a synonym for the vulva, but literally any gynecology textbook, you see this word and you see a footnote in the bottom, it says pudendum, the part for which you should be ashamed. And, like, no context, just says that still in gynecology textbooks. And there was a medical student who, like, realized that, wrote a paper on it, and was helping change medicine to get rid of this term. So I wrote a story on that, and then came time to have an image for the story for the Times, right? So they're like, ooh, what do we do? And usually a writer's not super involved in the art part, but I got to see some of the sketches, and one of them was, like, a really gorgeous, like, abstract vulva. It even had pubic hair, and it had, like, beautiful sunset colors. And I was like, that should be there. And again, I got the feedback. I don't know if the Times readers are ready for a full frontal vulva in the pages of the Science Times. And then, maybe we should put a black bar over it that says censored. And I was just like, again, I had to figure out like how to phrase it and how to make my case in a way that was legible because ultimately you're going to have a lot of older white male editors in my field as well. We all suffer the same problem. So what I said was, I think that if we are trying to write a piece about how people are getting shame out of medicine, we shouldn't be reinserting the shame. I said that, and I said, like, I think that if you publish this image, then people are gonna cut it out and paste it on their wall because it's beautiful and it's striking and it's not inappropriate. And they did go with that image, and it won awards for being one of the most, I think it's like most striking, but it was like one of the top New York Times images of the year. And I felt like these little wins add up, and I actually have seen so many more articles this year, and I can't attribute it to anything specifically, I mean, because there's a lot of different forces, but on sexual health, sexuality after cancer is a big one that I think was very taboo for a long time, the fact that many people don't get their sexuality talked about or cared for, and that's appearing now in like the women's health sections. So, yeah, I don't know if I answered the question, actually. I'm better on the other side.
No, it's perfect. I mean, I personally know a number of journalists who tried and failed to get the clitoris covered scientifically in the New York Times. And the fact that Rachel did it is just a total testament to what an incredibly talented writer she is and what a hardworking journalist she is. And her, science bona fides that are like extremely impressive. But there are many, many more behind that were effectively censored. And there are a number of articles that will never see the light of the day that are still behind this kind of wall of like quote unquote vulgarity and obscenity, because the vulva can never really be in public space and not be defined as obscene. And then I would say the same with the clitoris. Like we have obelisks in cemeteries and in, national monuments and jokes on movie posters that are rated, whatever, PG, but to have a representation of the clitoris or the vulva and the idea of like, oh, it's just pleasure for the sake of itself. It's not to give someone pleasure necessarily. It's not necessarily to make a baby. It's just living its best life, having a wonderful time. And like, by the way, like lots of orgasms back to back to back. We still don't have that, and we can't make that case publicly because it is not considered important speech. And I think for me as a visual artist, like part of what I'm constantly up against is this kind of censorship of discourse and this sort of separation of, well, that's frivolous, that's art, that's for fun. Medicine is about science. Sex ed is about, teaching people how to have sex, and it's more individualistic. But I'm trying to talk about like, hey, this is actually about our human rights to be empowered in our body, to feel our own joy. Like imagine if you had to go your whole life and you never got to like laugh. What would your life be? Like you're not dead, I mean, you're alive, right? But your quality of life would be totally different. Or you never got to sing. You never got to like express yourself in that way, or you never got to dance. That is the way that I think about being deprived of pleasure, being deprived of a right to pleasure, being deprived of pleasure as like a natural part of your body. And like, is pleasure just about frivolous, debauchery, or is it actually an indicator that we're safe, that someone cares about us, that our feelings matter? And I think it's important to not treat pleasure so uncritically as it has been allowed to be treated, particularly for anyone who's in a marginalized position. I think pleasure is an indicator of power, who has a right to power and who doesn't, who gets to take pleasure in others, and that other doesn't have a right to anything, but maybe just the right to not be violated. They have a right to consent and have no pleasure, and maybe get an STI or an unintended pregnancy and be forced to give birth. I mean, we really have such a long way to go. But I think on the positive side, pleasure is a place that all of us can connect because it connects us to our fundamental selves and our primordial essence that's beyond our body and explodes into whatever, but gives us joy, it gives us desire to be connected to each other and to be more generous to each other. If someone makes you feel good, you have more capacity to give to them. And it's a win-win-win-win-win. So, who had great sex and then now never wants to have sex again? It doesn't work that way. So the idea that we would be afraid of or we would allow ourselves by the powers that be to allow ourselves to not be allowed this knowledge of our bodies and each other's bodies and each other's right to have good experiences as we go through the world. I think that is something that we cannot allow to happen. I think sexuality is one of the primary ways that we can be manipulated and separated from our true selves. And so reclaiming that, knowing that that is a path of truth and insight, is a way that we stay connected to who we are and to each other.
Ooh. It's interesting that you talk about pleasure, because I think about it from a medical standpoint. As a urologist, we center pleasure in a lot of our male penile sexual health. You cannot have a cancer surgery, prostate cancer, bladder cancer. These are all going to cause issues with erectile dysfunction or issues with erectile function. You cannot leave your doctor's visit without coming up with a plan for how to handle that afterwards. Cancer survivorship, right? And so this is how I was trained, that we think about the whole person, not just the cancer. That's okay, cool, we saved your life, but then what happens afterwards? And I always thought that was one of the coolest things about urology, is that oh, this person's gonna be ours for forever. We're your oil change person. We fix your prostate cancer, we give you ED, don't worry, we'll fix that too, and then we'll give you some leaking and we'll fix that too. So we trained, the field of urology has literally advanced so far that every complication that we cause, we then know how to fix. Cool. And so that was cool. I just thought that's how every field was. And then I did my fellowship, and I realized that there's almost this idea when we think about pleasure, it's a God-given right in urology. Of course they are open to that. And then I did my fellowship when I started treating all genders, and I was oh no, only one group gets it. Because then I even went back into urology and how we treat bladder cancer in women. When we take out their bladder, we take out all their pelvic organs, and we leave them with nothing. And we're just good luck, bye. And I never thought about this, and I never once thought about this. And we don't have cancer survivorship conversations with them. We don't talk about what's going to happen, that you're going to develop a painful intercourse because you don't have any hormones anymore. We don't talk about we're going to accelerate a lot of the a lot of the disease states that happen in a non-hormonal setting. We don't talk about the potential of prolapse. We don't talk about what happens to your vaginal cavity at all. We don't speak of these things now. The AUA, we're having our next annual meeting in May, and this is the first time I'm teaching a course on cancer survivorship in women. And that's nuts. That was shocking to me. And it is this idea of pleasure. It really does center the idea that men, people with penises, we center their pleasure in everything that we do. And I was yeah, urologists, we're so good at these things. And then as I started more and more and looking in how we interact with women, our female patients, because we see them too, we weren't doing that too. So yeah, there is only a certain group that's allowed in society pleasure. Exactly. And that we even see that it's felt so deeply in medicine.
Sorry, I'm just sitting with this for a second. I remember I was reading the book Between Two Kingdoms, and the author had cancer very early in her 20s, and she described that afterwards she realized she'd basically gone into menopause, and she was having all of this pain and all these symptoms, and she was shocked because nobody had mentioned this or even thought to. And when I read that, I was how when I hear you, I'm a little more familiar with the problems, but I was how how could medicine not tell you about an obvious and important quality of life symptom that also could be mediated with treatments? So we are working on it.
If we had an equal rights amendment, if it had passed, could we say, okay, medicine, like you have to give, you know, your female urologist patients the same as your peanut-bodied urology patient? You know, like, is it legislative? You know, what's the angle? Because personally, as someone who had like a really rough time in my birth, I don't want to go after the individual practitioners. I want to go after the system.
Mm-hmm.
I want to, you know, I want to impact the system, but like, what is the mechanism that we have?
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about this earlier, and I've noticed that a lot of medical bodies are very reactive rather than proactive, and sometimes it is media shaming or media like making an issue so loud that it can't be ignored that causes physicians and bodies to have to respond in some way. That's one thought I had.
I'll offer, just thinking about the home birth movement, and I'll just call it out of hospital, non-traditional births, because they're birth centers, and or just a different type of birth practitioner than an OB-GYN. And so I write about the creation of the Seattle Midwifery School, which is the first school to offer training in non-nurse midwifery. So what would now be called a certified professional midwife, or CPM. These were, in the 70s, were called lay midwives or direct entry midwives, and they typically were learned by an apprentice model. And so a group of 5 of them were in Seattle in the 70s, and they were working at a feminist women's health center. And doctors started getting nervous, not because they thought these women were being irresponsible, but because their patients were becoming more and more interested in changing the system. And so they started responding when they realized there was a consumer-driven desire, right? And so it was in their interest to try to accommodate these patients. So, you know, put a plant in the room, make it more home-like, put a rocking chair in. Not exactly what these feminists were after.
Cheapest possible solution, Band-Aid.
But, and as this group grew, I mean, I'll just really quickly tell the story. It was these 5 women. They started drawing more attention in the Seattle area because more and more women were going to them. And of course, it was not legal. And so they get called to the licensing board, and it was the first African-American woman to work it was in the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. That's where licensure took place. And they showed up and they were like, oh my God, we're all gonna get in trouble, we're all gonna get arrested. And she happened to have a sister who was a nurse midwife. And she said to them, you guys are doing incredible stuff. Now you need to figure out how to do it legally. And it's up to you, because no one else is gonna do it for you. So stop doing what you're doing now and figure out how you can create a school and then get yourself licensed so you can practice legally. And that was how the Seattle Midwifery School started. So the first 5, the board of directors, the founders of the Seattle Midwifery School were also the first 5 students of the school. And they met at Pike Place Market. They had obstetrician friends come in and teach them suturing and all this stuff. And 18 months later, they were all certified professional midwives in Seattle. Right, and it never would have happened. And they got more and more bold because, you know, obviously they'd have births that would go wrong that would need a hospital transfer, and they'd show up at the hospital, and they get all kinds of resistance on the part of the medical staff. And so they started learning which hospitals were more accommodating. They had their patients write letters complaining when things didn't go the way they wanted, when they were getting an episiotomy and they shouldn't. And doctors responded, and certain ones, so they targeted who was going to be responsive, created a collaborative model, and it was one of the most effective programs, right? But they had to do it themselves. Nobody was going to do it for them. So I think the answer is like you and you and you. Like that's how it changes.
Let's do it. Like ask forgiveness, not permission.
Yeah.
And just like proof of concept, do it yourself, which is very hard and a lot to ask. The other example I was going to bring up today was ACT UP. And when we were talking about the AIDS movement, so ACT UP had a science club. It had like a branch that was dedicated to eventually pressuring the FDA to push through the first treatment for AIDS, and they changed the entire way that drug development is done today. The way that the COVID vaccine came out has to do with the collaborative model that they presented to the FDA and basically pushed themselves onto the boards that were creating drug trials, getting out experimental drugs into people's hands before they were fully ready to go, because that's what patients wanted. And that was just like a remarkable coordination of working inside and outside the system. I feel like we should study that more. I want to give Tori a moment if you wanted to share any thoughts you're having.
Yeah, definitely. I just love listening to everyone speak. I think Sophia's emphasis on art is so important, and actually going back a bit to Rachel talking about like the images that are often paired with stories. So when I shared my story boldly in school newspaper, I was so excited, turned to the page, and what's at the top? A bowl of fruit. And it was that like heart-sinking moment of I've just bared my soul in such a vulnerable and raw way. To see it be re-sanitized, re-censored, re-shamed in those ways just felt so disheartening. And again, that sort of like disconnect there of this student press that had been, on board to share this story and recognizing it as important, but still not bridging that gap to see how images like that of fruits and flowers around genitals really does a lot more shame. So with Medical Her Story, art has been super important and central to the storytelling we do. So if you go to our website, there's these beautiful GIFs that'll play, and they're actually all designed by the authors of the stories. Wow. So we thought that was really important to sort of, bring people into that experience and make sure that their images were represented visually so that no one would have that sort of moment of disconnect of, it's my story, but it doesn't feel like it because I don't see myself represented, and I've just given you a piece of me, but you haven't given it back, and sort of those tensions there that I think visuals can play such a role, I think, in destigmatizing or re-stigmatizing and being really conscious of that. So, Rachel, I think like the work you've done there is incredible to get some of that art featured on like large-scale platforms. And then also, like I said, I'm also a researcher in health experiences, and I've been able to bring that same approach to my research. So all of the interviewees that shared their stories, we then had a graphic designer come and work with them to see their stories represented visually, and there's so much that you can't capture in words, and I think, history, art history, sort of like all of those things, or Wendy was showing some great things that are from different newspapers of like the comics and like sort of the way we use art to capture whole like cultural shifts or narratives, I think is super, super important and can play a role in that. So yeah, or even like thinking about doctor spaces and the way that they're set up.
So ugly.
My gynecologist had a poster on the ceiling that sticks in my brain that's a woman in a power pose, and it says, "Just relax."
Oh God.
And
have a glass of wine.
Oh my gosh, every time I see it, I just tense up because I'm just staring at this stick figure woman, and I'm like, oh, it makes me so angry. But I think even that too of like what images you bring into those spaces is so important and powerful versus like the cooler doctors that'll have like 3D puppets of like the clitoris and like can walk through it and all of that. So yeah, images, definitely great to bring that into the combo.
Glad it wasn't like hang in there.
Hang in there.
Yeah. I wanted to add also, that made me think of ways when intentional censorship happens. So, does everybody remember the Pussy March? That was January 20th.
Oh, yeah. Pussy hats?
Yeah. So in 2020, the National Archives created an exhibit to celebrate the centennial of women's suffrage. And in the opening, when you walked into the exhibit, there was a life-size image from that march. And one day, a Washington Post reporter took a close look, and he realized that the signs any sign that made a reference to a vaginal part had been blurred out, intentionally blurred out by the National Archives.
Oh
I
my
just want
God.
to underscore what's the purpose of the archives? To preserve documents, right? They're intentionally photoshopping out these words, as well as any derogatory stuff about Trump. So I ended up being interviewed for that Washington Post article, and CNN picked it up and asked me to speak live on the Frederica Whitfield show the next morning. And I went on live, and she's like prompting me with my first question, and all of a sudden I was like, am I allowed to say vagina on live TV?
Right.
Like, I literally didn't
Sometimes
know.
you can't. In the morning shows, you can't, it turns out. Evening shows are okay.
And I thought the irony
What?
of this, that like, but I'm like, I went into a panic because I thought, I'm not even sure I'm allowed to say this. So that notion of, that's so ingrained in us, of the stigma against anything to do with the vagina, to that level is incredibly powerful, that the National Archives would do it. I mean, it's just astounding. So.
Oh my God, no, it's such an amazing underscore of the point. Yeah, I think I totally agree, Tori, with what you were saying about those, the fruit and floral imagery, which you see all the time. And it's like hard to explain why that adds to the shame and stigma, but the way I think of it is it says it's only okay to talk about these things if you code it in appropriate feminine visual language. And so that kind of says the opposite of you telling your story frankly and honestly underneath it. So it almost like undermines it. That's kind of how I think. And I want to take some audience questions. So let's raise your hand and we'll get you a mic. We have one here.
Dr. Uloko, you mentioned that as health professionals, we're very siloed in our delivery of care. And we have a lot of graduate students here today from different areas of the health sciences. What advice would you give to them on how we can turn that around, how we can come together and stop being siloed? Because it sounds like that winds up perpetuating this stigma and this shame.
Oh, okay, what advice?
A lot on your shoulders.
Yeah, that's
the
we
question.
need medical education reform desperately. Advocate for that. Speak up, act up on that. And then the other thing too is, I think when, it's interesting, so as a pelvic surgeon, if we just think about the male pelvis, it's just urologists and colorectal surgeons. Those are the only two people that deal with that. When we think about the quote-unquote the woman's pelvis, it's a urologist, it's a gynecologist, it's a plastic surgeon, it's a, who else is down there? Colorectal surgeon. And we're all in the same hammock, and yet I only learned about the urethra when I was in just in urology, like residency. The gynecologists only learn predominantly about the vagina. The colorectal surgeons only learn about the rectum. The plastic surgeons learn about the clitoris and the labia so that they can distort it. We're not all learning, like it's a fascinating thing, because when we did the clitoral study, it was my dear friend and collaborator is a gender affirming surgeon, plastic surgeon, and he knew about nerves and the clitoris, but I knew all the other things. And then we got a gynecologist and she knew these things, and it was just a meeting of the minds of, we all work down here and yet we only know one portion of the care. So it is, find people that are near you and talk to them, because that's where discovery happens. Right now, the system is divided in a way by design so that we are siloed, and that is going to be wide sweeping reform that needs to happen. But in the meantime, start talking to other people in different fields and different specialties and different modalities and different practices, and you're going to learn a lot. Like I learn something every single day from every single person that I interact with.
I wonder if, like, just thinking out loud, medical students in different disciplines like could have, I don't know, medical students do journal club where they all read the same study and talk about it, but what if you shared something from one of your specialized classes, like with people from all different disciplines, and I don't know, pooled that knowledge and saw what was surprising and what you weren't learning in your own discipline.
We do that a lot in the oncology space. So we'll have the surgeon, the medical oncologist, the social worker, all of these things. Like there are cross-collaborative teams already. Yeah. We just need to start doing that for all of medicine, and especially in sexual health, because sex is the great equalizer, and it's a really fun thing because it's so collaborative. You need I need all of these people to be able to do my job really well. But the way our current model is taught, you're the only person that can potentially help them, and it's like, no. I need a whole team. And so we need to have a more team-based approach in medical care.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Don't be shy. Got one over here.
Oh, gosh. Hello. Sorry. It was a very beautiful panel, first of all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one silly question first. Was that Cara Delevingne on your website?
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing. So I was curious for Wendy, how you suggest we find accurate history around here, because I feel like it, even in psychology, is so hard to find, and I don't even know where to begin deciphering what's being taught to us and what's better.
Yay, I got a history question. And it's a wonderful one. It's so important. And the two words that pop immediately into my mind are creativity and curiosity. So for me, typically something will drop in my lap that raises some red flags. It doesn't make sense. It's surprising. And that leads me down a little detective, to search why is it like this? So often it requires creative detective work because you're trying to understand something. I would venture to say that you are innately also a historian, not just a doctor. Just a doctor, in addition to. So, and often when you're talking about recent history, the sources are not yet in archives because, in part, a lot of my sources don't even appreciate that what they have in their attic or their basement is important because they've never been told it was. So a lot of my journey was knocking on doors, crawling into, basement spaces, triggering a memory in which someone says, oh, wait a second, hold on, give me a second, and boom, they open up something. So for example, I'll just tell a really quick example of this. When I was writing the history of the Seattle Midwifery School, some of their papers are at the University of Washington Archives. So I got a little bit of it, and I watched a video that they had in their collection, and there was one of their students looked like she had something really interesting to say, but it wasn't identified who it was. So I took a picture, a screenshot, I sent it to one of the founders of the school, said, who is this? She said, oh, that's so-and-so. Yeah, she's in the area. She'd love to talk to you. I go to her house, I start talking, she said, hold on a minute. When I was at the Seattle Midwifery School, I asked if I could borrow a bunch of files because I wanted to write a research paper on it. I think I still have the files.
Oh my God.
She goes in her attic, and in her files are, when they were trying to get certified, they had letters from all of these doctors to testify that what they were doing was legitimate, medical, they were qualified. And if I hadn't gone into her house, that would never In fact, the founders were a little bit ticked off that she still had the material. But anyway, so I mean, that's what makes it fun. But you have to dig around because it's not just like I'm going to walk into an archive and I'm going to find everything I need. It's being a journalist. It's
I was
being
going
a
to say,
detective.
so you're also
you know
an
what?
investigative journalist, is what I'm hearing.
And it's a recognition that there are so many people out there in the world who have valuable information and evidence of something that they've never been told is valuable. And it takes the right person to go. And then they're thrilled, they're delighted, right? Because it's affirmative that what they did actually did matter.
And it changes history, like you were saying, because the idea of history being living, you're changing the record by adding a new voice or a new lens to it. Yeah, history sounds really fun. I want to go back.
It's great, so I absolutely encourage that. It is so rewarding. You never know what you're going to find. The more you're determined to find a specific thing, the less likely you will find that, but you'll find something else that you didn't know was out there. Thank you.
Cool, that was a great question. And we do have time for another question. So one more, I think. Sorry, that's a lot of pressure, I know, but please, yes, over here.
Thank you so much for all of this. It's just really important work, and thank you for sharing it. I've heard several of you use terms, people with vulvas, people with penises, and that sounds like very intentional language, purposeful language. And I'm wondering if you could share with us some of the importance behind that and why you're choosing to use that language. As healthcare practitioners, I think it can be important to know why some of these changes are being advocated for.
I think as gender conversations evolve, you know, I have a women's health clinic, but not everyone with a vulva identifies as a woman. So as someone that, I mean, in terms of my background and my intersectionalities, like I am very much a person that, how do I say this? You know, as someone that has been discriminated inherently my entire life, my job is to never do that to another person. So it's more of an empathy thing of, I will call you whatever you want, and I will be as inclusive of all, because I know what a system is like that excludes people, specifically that look like me, and I will not be a part of that system. And I'm never perfect, no one is, but I am also quick to apologize if I do something wrong, and then we keep moving forward. So that's why I do it, because I have been on the opposite side of exclusivity, and when I am in my clinic, in the role that I am in, and I have power, I'm going to be as inclusive as possible. So.
I can comment on this also, because so inclusive language is really central to Medical Her Stories work, and something that we talk about is not only is it more inclusive language, but it's also more accurate. So if you want to talk about people who have periods, you can actually talk to a specific group of people instead of just saying women in general, when not all women menstruate, women have gone through menopause. So sort of like talking about the groups that you want to talk about, and then also obviously including trans and non-binary people in those conversations. And I think signaling that is actually so easy once you start to do it in your work. So if you follow Medical Her Story on Instagram, all of our work uses inclusive language, and it's sort of like being able to talk about sex discrimination versus gender discrimination and have those conversations about it, which I think is important. And once you start doing it, it actually becomes quite natural. We've had hundreds of volunteers come through, and then at the start, sometimes, you know, it can be, okay, what terms do we use? And we have an awesome like language guide, and then people pick it up by the end. And like Maria was saying, it's kind of always changing. So I think just being aware of that and up to date is really important.
I think I have a section in my introduction of my book about this. My working title for the book was Lady Anatomy, and I thought it was kind of tongue-in-cheek because there is actually an anatomist called the Lady Anatomist who amazingly studied penises. I will send you that article. And it became very clear writing this book that to do that would really narrow the lens, because I was talking about people who had been marginalized specifically for their bodies in the past, but also and it ended up being pretty tricky because I was using women in a historical sense for people who were treated by the medical system as women with all the baggage that comes with that we've been talking about. But intersex people and transgender people were very central to the book. And so I knew that I had to make it wide enough aperture to include that. And you just can't understand the many levels of gender discrimination without those groups. So I kind of agree with Tori, it was more accurate, and it allows you to focus on what you want to focus on. And in general, I think it's just a sign of respect. In journalism, if someone is telling me their pronouns, if you misgender them in an article, that's completely disrespectful, and you shouldn't be entrusted with their story. So, and I always think about being welcoming. I always want to invite people in, not push them out. So those are some thoughts that guide me as well. You guys wanted to add? Yeah. We are coming up on time, so this has been an amazing conversation that I think I'm going to have to pull some threads out, moving the conversation forward, but we've talked a lot about the power of sharing stories and kind of corroborating stories with each other, the power of visual language and getting across really powerful concepts, the power of history and telling untold stories. So I think there's actually a lot of strategies we got out of this. And I want to thank our panelists for being here and having this amazing conversation. Thank you so much. Cool, okay, wow, I guess it's on me to end this now. Okay, so I do want to mention that after this, there's going to be a breakout session for health science students. And that is really cool. There are medical actors who are going to play a couple of patient stories, one given by Dr. Uloko about sexual health and the kind of stuff we've talked about, and the students will interact, kind of taking some of these lessons of empathy, listening to the patient's story, taking their pain seriously in that interactive process. So many of you might be all part of that. And otherwise, I guess, what I would like to say is we started out this conference talking about the place we are at, Russell Sage College, former women's college in Troy, and contextualizing kind of the role that Mrs. Sage actually played in the history of women in medicine, how she contributed to women's hospitals at a time where the women's movement was basically elite white women doing charity work and helping ultimately prop up institutions that then experimented on vulnerable women, which was a dark way to start, so sorry everyone. But I was just thinking, we can't change history. There's nothing, we're not saying this to condemn anyone, but to kind of place her in this arc and in this larger story, which is totally relevant to our conversation. But the nice thing is that institutions can change and evolve, and to see the Women's Institute here doing this kind of interdisciplinary, intersectional, cross-border work, which is one of many, many programs they do like this, is really inspiring. We don't have to end up where we started, and even though the roots of gynecology are often dark and not good, I think there's a really hopeful future for this field, and it involves a lot of people outside of the field who are doing this kind of work that's not always recognized as academic, as medical, as scientific. But I think as Wendy was talking about, the types of knowledge that we choose to listen to and choose to take seriously really matter. And I also am really conscious that I'm talking to a lot of future researchers, scientists, nurses, and doctors. And so I just want to say, this is the beginning of a conversation. We're always talking about how can we move this forward and amplify it, open to ideas. But I hope that you kind of bring this consciousness and the questioning spirit that Maria was talking about to your classes, because one day you're going to have power over deciding what your research question is or what patients you prioritize. And I think it's very hard to go through a system that tells you to think in one way and to value certain people and to question that. But I know you'll all have moments where you have that opportunity. And when you do, I hope you'll think of this conference and decide how you want to act. So basically, I want to put the spotlight back on the speakers and say, like, these are very rare, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll be more common soon, but models of the kind of thinkers that I think bring like an openness and a vulnerability and a willingness to kind of get out of your comfort zone and have this intellectual humility, because it's very like terrifying when you work so hard to be an expert in your realm to then realize you're a novice in others. So I think these are the kind of people that are going to make real change in medicine, and I thank them for being here. And you'll have a chance to meet them if you wish after this, but give them a chance to breathe first. And congratulate yourselves for all being here and changing your brains. Thank you. That was awesome.
Thank you, everyone. If you're interested in saying hi to our panelists, they'll be out in the Buckman Pavilion.
Thank you. Thank you, Shelley.